Alrighty, let's get started. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. Today we continue our science research because we are halfway there. So this is what we ended up with yesterday, and we have a good old copper setup. We have a good old iron setup. Continued, part two. We have a whole bunch of science being made. Nice thick buses of red science, was really cool. And then we have a nice thick bus-ish, thick-ish, of green science. And then we've got black science. But the problem with the black science is our production rates of the other two science packs is at 4K. I measured it at peak. But then the production rate of our black science is only 2K. So we need to push that a little bit further. And the only way that I can think of doing that is by increasing our stone brick production, because that's our bottleneck. We're producing a bunch of stone bricks. They're coming in through here, but then they're just getting taken up. They're completely reaching the end of the belt, and the belt is empty by the time they get down here. Right now it looks okay, but that's only because we've actually stopped production. Like if I head over there and I erase the items in the chests, which I won't do, I'll just transfer them, then they'll start going and it won't be very quick, and the whole thing kind of falls apart. In the meantime, what I've also done is we've got some more productivity modules. I got us some more electromagnetic plants, and I shipped across a whole bunch more belts. Oops, I didn't want to take all of them. I just wanted to take 10 of them. Hang on. I don't want to take all of them. I grabbed us a whole bunch of items, such as more higher grade cryogenic plants. That's going to be useful. More drills. I brought over fusion power for later, because we're going to have a problem with the power pretty soon. As we can see from the power grid, right now we're at 1.2, but if I go back 10 hours, we were consuming a lot of power somewhere. I can't actually see the full production, but you can see here 1.9 gigawatts was being produced by our steam turbines, which is the capacity of our power plant production. So I need to keep an eye on that, because that is going to dip today. I need to bring some more belts and some more splitters. We have the stack inserters, but I still don't yet know what to do with those. I also brought fluoroketone from Aquilo, and I brought some of the legendary tungsten just in case we needed to craft anything with it. And there's a whole bunch of fusion power cells as well. So with that out of the way, let's head on up and get back to work on the research production. Some other things I did as well. We can probably get rid of these combinators. I don't really need them anymore. But some other things I did is I restored the bulk inserters. I restored them all here. So that's very nice. We can finally start. Although this hasn't continued crafting. I think that's because we're waiting for these. Yeah, okay, we need to get circuits across there. Let me fix that real quick. I think we can just, if I run a belt here, run that under. We need a splitter here. We just use the blue one. Splitter here to filter out. Where are they? Oh, and we've also been doing a whole bunch of research on the side as well, which has been incredibly useful, because it means soon we're going to be able to do some other cool stuff. So that's splitting, and then this needs to feed back in, and this needs to somehow jump across. Okay, maybe we move the splitter downwards, set up some tunnels like that. There we go. That'll jump them across, and then we've got space to move this stuff. Yes, this will work quite nicely, I believe. Yeah, we just need to get it over here. So if we run this across underneath a belt. Morning. Hello, Vic. How you doing? Hope you're having a good morning, I assume. We need to get this across. This is a little scuffed, but that'll work. Tunnels are everything in this, in our spaghetti mess. And I think I can just run that into there. Cool. All right, so that's... Oh, and we also need circuits over here. We're not making circuits over here, are we? Okay, let's try and fix this. A splitter here, get rid of this tree. We can fix this up, and then we can head back to making our production science. Yeah, we need to do a few of the science packs today. Is that going to jump across? No, it's not going to make it. Okay, we can plonk this here. Yep, this will work. It's very, very spaghetti. There we go. That'll work. Alright, we can leave it at that. I'm going to discard of these belts. Yeah, hope you're doing well today, Vic. I'm going to get rid of these splitters. There we go. Okay, we should be all good. I've got some legendary chests too, so we could even plonk them down at the train station and see if that improves. Or we can remeasure our throughput that way, because we have a lot of legendary ores available to us now. We can start actually making legendary stuff, which is really, really cool. Really exciting for us. Okay, so if I just start by placing 2 of these everywhere, that should get the bus flowing, which should then allow us to see our throughput issues. Ooh, okay, there we go. The production modules, productivity modules are going in. And we've run out of them. Okay, that was quick. Wow. That was fast. And what's going on with the bus? The bus is moving. It's moving fine. Yeah, that's all okay. If we check our production statistics over the past minute, the black science, where are you? Ooh, okay, we're jumping up. We're jumping up. How did that happen? Seem to have miscalculated at some point in the chain. All right, so we're at 4.1k on the black science, and if we ever need to, the rest of the... Oh, I see what's going on. Because the items had already reached the end of the wafer. Right, okay. So we will need to rebuild all this. Well, not rebuild, we do need to build it to begin with. We need our bulk inserters and we need power poles by the looks of it. The other problem, the other logistical problem that I have is throughput of stone. Stone is a little bit annoying at the moment. Maybe I need to run this back up here. Yeah, stone's a little bit annoying at the moment because we don't actually have a great deal of it available to us. I mean, we have millions, hundreds of millions, but it's not the most stable resource. Like it's gonna disappear at the rate that we're consuming all this, which is not exactly good. Okay, let's just get this filled up. And then I should grab the bulk inserters and our steel power poles. I should really grab some roboports too. Everything is fine. Also reconfigure the flash production. As a result, output now exceeds 500,000 signs per minute. That's impressive. That's really cool. Congrats. That's certainly a target that I have to try and go for now. Where's our... Okay, power poles are down here. Let's grab some of those. Bulk inserters we're going to need, ironically, in bulk. So let's grab those. And then we can head over. Oh yeah, have those storage chests started crafting yet? I had a problem where I had like 500 drones in the network. and they were all sitting over here at this roboport for some reason. And they all had items in them, so I assumed that the storage chests we had available in the network were full. So I cleared them out, and yes, they were full, and they were trying to dismantle the wall that I'd ordered them to get rid of up here. Since we don't need it anymore now that we've claimed the territories. So that's cool. Let's continue heading up here. Yeah, stone's going to be a small issue. So we've pretty much completely covered this patch, which is a little worrying. I'm trying to research mining productivity at the moment to try and help get some more yield out of the patches, because 84 mil, once we get the full research labs online, is probably not going to last us very long. We have another patch over here, but it's even smaller, 58. We have another patch down south, down here, 44. Again, even smaller. And that's being used up for the rail production. Which we're actually going to have to ship up unless we use this patch here for the rail production. But we shall see. Yeah, I tried slotting productivity modules into these as well, but that just actually made the throughput worse. So I'd probably have to match them with beacons as well. Okay, here we go. This is... Yep. Our walls and our magazines aren't making it down to the end, so we're going to have to increase production of those. And then we can move on to the next science pack, which will be the blues. The mana potions, and that's something I am dreading a little bit, because engine units are a pain to make, and so are the red circuits. But we are prepared. That's what today's about. Okay, that's all plugged in. Okay, nice. So then we should be able to just jump this across. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, there we go. And then we need to somehow get our bricks over to here. I think there's not quite enough space there, but we can maybe try something. Okay, stone needs to come in through here. Yep, okay, that throughput is starting to slow down, so let's do a balancer there. There we go. Yeah, this is starting to get a little tight, I think, although we could probably actually... Yeah, okay, we can probably try and free up some of this. If I reroute... Hang on. If I reroute some of this stone over to here... How much throughput do we again get? Okay, I guess I can't tell until I get the rest of the bricks across, so let's do that. Tunnels... This comes across. We need to duplicate this. Yeah, I can't put any speed beacons on these because our throughput is just not good enough. What the heck happened to this? Ah. We can fix that real quick. That should give us some more walls. Magazines are another problem. I think that's because of iron. Yeah, it looks like it's iron, so we need to bring this down here. We can do a merger on that. We might actually need to move this inserted down so he gets all that juicy iron. Look at me getting distracted already with another set of machines. Okay, how's that production rate looking? Well, this belt's full, so we're actually just waiting on these. Yeah, okay, we're actually just waiting on these assemblers. So let's try and Help them out a little. Ah, we need power. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, that belt is starting to look a little more full. We should be able to do a few more beacons. And that should now be filling up. No, we need more magazines. Okay, more magazines are in order. Oh, actually, hang on. No, we're out of iron. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hang on. It's time to expand our iron operation. Yep, okay. Iron needs to be expanded. So if we grab this whole thing, this whole blueprint, and copy it, paste it up to here, then we need to hook in the pipes. There we go, nice and easy. Look at our modular designs. This is cool. This is a problem though, but I think we can solve that with some undergrounds. We do need mergers. Yep, we do need some belt mergers. So what we can do is some simple mergers like that. There we go. And then we need to do the same thing over here. Bring these across. There we go. Then we need to figure out what to do with the outside lanes. Yeah, the trouble is this beacon is a little too tightly compacted. Maybe we need to get rid of that. Yeah, okay, that might be our only option. Then we can bring forth these tunnels. And then we can do a merger here. Yes, yes, I think that'll work. There we go, that's saturated. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. And that gets the magazines all the way down to the end. Okay, perfect. Red magazines are almost making it to the end of this. That's pretty good. It's pretty exciting. How are we going on? Okay, that's at 3.2k, so just a little bit more. Looks like... Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like the red magazines are the problem still. Alright, so we need more. Yep, okay, we can do more. Don't you just love the copy and paste feature in this game? Okay, well then we need some power. There we go. Looks like I'm out of speed modules actually, so we're going to have to tell one of our ships to go and fetch some for us. And I think I can just turn the speed module group back on. Although it is a little slow at making speed modules, so we're probably going to have to try and speed it up. I think we're still doing them over here with assembly machines. Yes, we should probably change this whole thing into electromagnetic plants, but I will leave that for now. What's going on here? Oh, hang on, they're just really, really slow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright, whatever. We shall leave that for now. We can come back to it. The next thing we need to do is our blue science. So we need two major ingredients for this. We need chemical plants. No, actually, I have the cryogenic plants now. We can use those. So we need sulfur and we need plastic. The sulfur, as you can see, is just for the blue science, and the plastic is going to be used for the red circuits. which means we need to make more green circuits first. And that means more foundries and more all that stuff. So first thing I have to do is try and figure out where the heck I'm going to place blue science production. It might go up here. The reason being is we have ready access to oil, crude oil, which is sitting here as part of the legacy pipeline for our flamethrower turrets. So we can just pipe from that. One of the usual manipulators is Gleber closed again. Yes, Gleber is once again in dire trouble. These keep spawning back in. And I even went and tried spawn proofing the whole thing by placing belts everywhere to try and curb their spawn rates or their expansion rates, but it didn't seem to work. They just came back anyway, and they caused some havoc. But I have a problem where I keep running out of seeds for brain fruits, jelly nuts. And I'm not exactly sure why, and I'll probably have to go and fix that, but I'm going to wait until I get a little bit more firepower from research first, which is precisely why I'm focusing on Narvis research at the moment. Yeah, stack inserters would be very nice. Okay, cryogenic plants. Now, I think we need regular oil refineries first. Yeah, how do we make sulfur again? Water and petroleum. And I think we're gonna have to crack that. Yes. We don't need any of the other oil types. So this should be fairly straightforward. We just need a lot of oil refineries. Basically, we can place down advanced oil processing. I think we're going to have to copy our plant design from down here. However, the inputs are going to be a little bit different this time. Let's copy this and plonk it up here. Which way are we going to go? Are we going to go... We can't really go south. We might have to go north. Electric Ninja, greetings. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good evening. Or morning. Whichever one it is. Okay, I don't want that too close. Let's plonk it there. We're going to need a lot of storage tanks. Storage tanks are... Morning all. Hey, everyone's here. Morning and evenings. We're going to need storage tanks, so that's going to be a lot of... Actually, hang on. Here's an idea. Oh, we can't get more storage with legendary tanks. Okay, never mind. We will have to settle for regulars. Worldwide production. Yeah, exactly. Coming in from everywhere. Okay, iron plates. More iron plates. Where's the steel? Steel's over here, isn't it? Let me just keep an eye on the black science. Okay, so it's hovering around the 3K mark, which isn't bad. We will have to boost that, but I think that'll all come with some beacons once we get more speed modules. 30 storage tanks, we can do better than that. Another 40, that's pretty good. Oops, I accidentally just grabbed speed modules. I keep doing that. I've done that so many times. Okay, so we can plonk these down. Looks like we're going to need pipes. It'd be nice if we could cast storage tanks. I don't think we can, so that will have to not happen. And we need oil refineries. You can't use cryogenic plants to do the job of oil refineries, can you? Now let's have a quick look. What access do we have in a cryogenic plant? We can do sulfur and we do plastic. We can probably throw down speed modules into those. But everything else, it looks like, will have to be done in the oil refineries. Okay. Something else we can do is pipe to grounds. I need to figure out a beacon layout for this. I think easiest thing to do is probably just something like that, right? Yep, and then we can run... Yeah, we can run a water pipe. Let's flip this, actually. We flip that, and then we run water from here, even though it's polluted water. We can run water from there. We can grab the crude oil straight from here, so that goes straight in. And let's put this in. We can grab water. Okay. Do we have any pumps? And we can make some there nice and cheap. And that's going to craft for a little while. So let's head over and grab some more pipes and try and make some more oil refineries. I really should have made a mole for this, but I'm silly, so I haven't. Engines can't be cast, can they? Their parts can. Ooh, this is looking pretty cool. Our Christmas tree is looking good. Okay, we need some gears. We're going to need some steel. We're going to need some circuits. And we're going to need some pipes. How many can we make? 43. I get the feeling that's not going to be enough. And we need some stone bricks, which we should have in these furnaces. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough, unfortunately. We're definitely going to have to upscale that. So sorry if you can hear a lawnmower going off in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear it. One of these ungodly hours to mow the lawn at. Okay, so how are we doing on our speed module delivery? Oh. We're done. Okay, nice. Let's send this over to Vulcanus, where that can then get converted into speed module tier 3s. Ooh, we have a nice little stockpile. That's good. That's really good. I need to grab some more beacons. Some more bacons. Cryogenic plants. I'm probably going to need more than I'm carrying, so let's also grab that from the spaceport. And then I got to figure out a layout for this. We can make use of electromagnetic plants this time around when it comes to the red circuit production. Cryogenics for the plastic and the sulfur. I don't think, because plastic... Oh, plastic's cold though. Ooh, do I use productivity for plastic or do I just go full speed ahead? What do we reckon, chat? Oh wait, hang on, we have a crap ton of speed modules in here. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, that makes things easier. We also have a lot of ice. I had a problem with Starbase Alpha. It's generating a lot of ice and that's clogging up the science production. And I don't know what to do with the ice. The only thing I can really think of is melting it. Maybe we can just put it in a dumb upcycling. Yeah, you know what? Let's try that. Let's a quick little distraction again. Let's set this for ice. And I think we can just pull straight out of there. And then we can do a couple of chests. And then we should be able to export that over to here. Underground tunnel. Where's our recyclers? Here we go. So we can do 2 recyclers because we're going to have a lot of these. And then we need to throw some quality into here, which we don't have. There we go. We can shove the quality in there. And then we need to combine those. Do a split for anything that's greater than common. Yep, and then this can loop back. Actually, we should flip this around. Yep, this can loop back. You know what? No, hang on. Anything that's not legendary, anything less than legendary can split through here. And then we can bring this back down, curve it around, and then we can set priority input to the left side. So to prioritize anything coming out of the recyclers and back down, it'll prioritize turning those into something else. And anything else then comes through into a chest. And we should get ourselves a nice little stack of legendary ice. Oh, hang on. We should flip this around. There we go. That'll deal with our icing problem. The factory must grow. The factory must grow. Indeed it shall. Now with legendary stuff. I do have some legendary substations I used over at the Christmas tree. Just so I could get a nice screenshot without all the wires everywhere. So maybe we can make use of some of those. Do I have any more cryogenic plants sitting in here? Yes, we do. Okay, let's grab those. We can... Oh, wait, hang on. That's my inventory. We can grab those. Maybe we'll put faster recyclers down here. Yep, alright, let's head back. Functional Megalord, how are you doing? Welcome back. Oil refineries are coming down. Storage tanks, that looks like plenty. So for this refinery, we want to just push as much. We want to push absolutely as much petroleum as we possibly can. So we're going to need probably not a whole lot of storage for the heavy oil, to be honest. So what we could do is modify the design a little bit so that all the storage tanks become petroleum. Although we don't, if we're using up all the petroleum, then we don't need to actually store that much, to be honest. Yeah, maybe that's a silly idea. Anyway, let's just start with that. Plug these in. Oh, we don't have any more beacons. Whoops. I need to grab more beacons. More bacons. Yeah, I'm now kind of feeling like some bacon. They should be over here. There we go. That's probably going to be enough. Ooh, okay, power's not looking good. Power's starting to dip. I thought it would. We will deal with that shortly. Ish. Okay, what's going on here? Ooh, grenades are the bottleneck now. Another distraction. And why are they a problem? Looks like it's just because they're slow, so we should be able to easily make a whole bunch more. If I copy this and we spam it a few more times down here. Bottlenecks tend to stack up like that. Yeah, they do, don't they? This is getting a little ridiculous. Okay, that's not gonna give us very good throughput. Actually, these are gaps for substations. I should power these up. This is not optimal substation placement at all. Okay, there we go. So Iron and coal are not going to make it all the way down here at all, so we need to figure out another way for them to come through. Actually, it looks like we may even just need a new coal belt. Alright, interesting. Yeah, we're going to need a new coal belt. Okay, let's copy this. Should be able to just paste it up here. We need some power. There we go. Why am I out of drills? Why are you not placing? Where are my robots? I have robots. Oh, these orders have been taken up by someone else. Okay, that's fine. We should be able to run this straight down here and do... I'm starting to form a bus of coal. Nice. Belt placement ASMR. Then we have to get this across, so... something like this should do. I reckon we can just run the coal into there. There we go. Oh, yeah, my robots. Where have you been? Okay, plonk all these down. I said, plonk all these down. Where, I guess it's... oh, yeah, it's all these guys. They're traversing the entire factory just to place those things down. Alright, cool. Hard-working robots. At least they're not on strike again like they were yesterday. The iron's come down, but I think that's just because there's not enough coal. Yeah, okay, hang on. We should have enough coal to make it across. What about the iron? I'm not exactly sure if the iron will do the same. We can split the coal, bring it up here, and then run it across a tunnel. And then we can bring it down into... look. We may have to... ugh, this is going to be some shenanigans. Bear with me. This may have to move across. Oh, it's hideous. Oh, it's... oh. Oh, it's terrible. I hate it. Okay, that's working now. So this can come through here. And that'll form that belt. It works. Alrighty, so next... what's getting attacked? Oh, these guys are getting attacked. Why is there a worm up here? What the heck? Oh, and there's no power as well. Let's plug that back in. There we go. That wall should be defended now. Okay, so the next thing we need is once again the coal. What the heck has happened to the coal? Okay, so you've bit... hang on, what's our... ah, the drone construction range is not through here. Okay. Easy, easy, easy. Nice full belt there. I know I said I was going to skip the military push, but we... here we are, not skipping the military push. Okay, this is coming through. Here we go. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah. Now we have coal throughput. Looks like it's just about reaching the edge. At least on this side it is. Not sure about this side. Okay, it is. We're just low on the iron now, so we need to source some more iron. Thankfully, we have 2 more belts available here, which looks like I'm going to have to shimmy across just slightly. Ah, and slightly again. I think we can just run one of these belts straight into here, and we have to somehow get the other belt across to here. Actually, no, we could insert it here and then bring this across. Yeah, this will work. Oh, hang on, I also just realized we're missing inserters here. There we go, that should be better. Tunnel. Problem solved. Kind of. Maybe we need to split this. No, not there. Split it here. And run this down here? Question mark? Does that help? It helps a little bit. How's that doing on the rest of... Oh, but it is a full belt here. Okay, that'll probably do. Are we getting grenades all the way down the end? Not quite. But our production rate is 3.6k, so I'll probably leave it there. Alright, back to the blue science. So we need to turn oil and water, which we have an offshore pump here for. We need to turn water and oil into oil. No, petroleum. We need to turn it into as much petroleum as we possibly can. Which means I need a pipeline of those fluids. And I'm probably just going to run it down the end here. Okay, so... Oh, hang on. Our pole's in the way. That's not fun. There we go. Fixed. No, hang on. That's not fixed. It's not fixed because we... Ooh, there we go. That's fixed now. Okay, and then we can run the... Nope, that's not crude oil. That's water. Ooh, that was nearly a disaster. Can run the crude oil across. I'm hoping these speed beacons are effective. Oh god, hang on. What have I done? What have I done? How have I... Okay, I'm not going to question that. There we go. I don't know what happened there. Somehow that filled up with water and then didn't unfill. Okay, that's all the water hooked up. So there we go. We got oil processing. Now we need to crack everything in here. Can we crack in a cryogenic plant? No. We need a chemical plant. Okay, thankfully I have a bunch of chemical plants on me. So, cracking. How do we crack again? It's been a while. Water and water. Okay, annoyingly, we need lots and lots of water. So let's plonk down a bunch of these. We're going to need 2 sets of these, I think. Let's start with the heavy oil. Which means we do need another water pipeline going down here. Sulfur is just petroleum and so is plastic. Yeah, okay, so I am getting this right. this pipeline needs to come across. There we go, water. And then, chemical plant time. I think we can just... Oh, hang on, I want some beacons. So if I run this here, let's try and fit some... Let's squeeze some beacons in. Actually, this needs to move over one. See if we can squeeze these beacons in here. If we can squeeze them in there and squeeze them in on this side, we might be getting some very, very optimal beacon layouts. I say, as a very not good at this game figure. And then I think we can just plug these in together. So then if we copy... Let's plug the speed modules in. I think we can just go full speed. We don't need productivity on these. Because oil is infinite. Oil and water are infinite in this game. And if we copy this, we should be able to paste it a bunch of times. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. Get rid of these end bits here. That's then going to make us some light oil, which is going to feed back into here. So then we can bring this up and around. And then we should be able to just copy this once again over to here. This time we need to change the recipe over to cracking light oil into petroleum. Now, I have no idea what the ratios of this is going to be like. So this is going to be a little bit of trial and error. Light oil comes in here, petroleum comes out. Back into these tanks. Yep, and then we need to get water across into there, so... Something like that should work. Try and be a little... Oh, we can't be symmetrical. Alright, whatever. Now we just need to power it all. Which is something I completely forgot about. Is how to power this. We could use... No, that's not gonna work. Ooh, okay, that is an issue. Hang on, these don't need to be there. Actually, yeah, why did I have water pipes going under here? That makes no sense. Just like everything I build. Good thing you don't have to worry about fluid dynamics like in Satisfactory. Oh god, I don't even want to think of fluid dynamics. Actually, I think there used to be fluid dynamics in this game. Or the 2.0 update, is that right? And then they kind of changed it so they just act like currents. Is that right, chat? Oh man, how am I going to power this? This... Hang on, can we squeeze... Oh, hang on. No, we're saved, we're saved. We can just do power poles like this. Good old-fashioned power poles. Coming to the rescue. Coming in clutch. Okay, and then we just need to plug that into something like that. There we go. Okay, is this... That's still climbing. That is still climbing. Yep, that is very much still climbing. That's falling, that's good. And that's climbing, which is also what we want. Okay. What is happening? These guys are still going at it. Okay. How is our blast radius? Okay, still not going to reach. Just thinking maybe we can go back to researching artillery shell range. Although that is a very big ask. 512,000 science. But we shall see. Okay, so now that we have our petroleum, we need to actually start turning that into stuff, which means we need water again for the sulfur, which is super easy. We can probably even do that back here, but I might do a dedicated setup over here. And we can do this in the cryogenic plants. I might save the normal ones for this. I might use the normal ones for this. Okay, so we need 2 fluids. Interesting they have 2 ports for water on this. Let's shift this over one. Okay, so we have... Oh, actually, no, we also want beacons, don't we? If we set up petroleum pipeline and then a water pipeline, plug that together, then where are the beacons going to fit? That's not going to reach, and neither would that. Okay, hang on. We may have to tinker around. That reaches. But that doesn't. Okay. Then if we do something like this, the ports are messed up, but we can flip that so that the ports are no longer messed up. This can then come through here. That can come along there and then continue on. Okay, nice. And then if we run that into another underground, a couple more beacons. Yeah, it's looking like that's going to be the setup. Yeah, okay, that's going to be the setup. So then if we copy this real quick and paste it up. Oh, hang on a second. Why does this not tile properly? Because we do have a 1 gap space that's probably for power poles. Yep, okay, so that's for power. Oh, that's for water. Petroleum comes out the top. Water comes out the top. Power poles connect these up. Yep, okay, that works. Now I think we can just copy that and continue it down. No, we can't. We've got to move this up 1. Now we can copy it. There we go. There's our modular design. Okay, cool. Let's put some speed modules in. That's going to give us 16 crafting speed plus 706%. That is nice. Yeah, we need to find a way to power the rest of it. We could actually go a step even further, but let's consider how we're going to unload this first. We can unload using these inserters. Let's do a belt. However, I think we're going to have a problem because as we saw earlier, I'm going to have to check the speed that that actually crafts at, but as we saw earlier, these things, crafting speed is 10. And we can barely extract the items fast enough. I ended up having 4 bulk inserters pulling things out of that. And that might be solved by stack inserters, but we don't have access to that right now. So I can do a couple things. Obviously, we can get our little stacked belt like this. Or we can try something a little different. Now, I've noticed that inserters can insert onto underground belts, but they can also insert onto splitters. And I'm curious to find out just which one of these is going to produce the best results. So let's try a little experiment like we did yesterday. Try a little experiment. So we've got this design, and then if I cut this out, we've got this design with inserters going in like that. And then, of course, then you've got your standard... Oh, actually, we could just do this, but this is going to achieve the same thing as that, so I'm not exactly thrilled on that, and we get less space efficiency on that as well. Let's do a test on these two and see just how fast we can get items coming in. I'm going to set up chests. Bulk inserters. We may end up being throughput limited by these things. But we'll see. Let's plug that in. Now we need to get these fluids connected up. Which is nice and easy. Oh, hang on. This needs to be the other way around. There we go. So, who's going to fill up first? Yeah, okay, it's looking pretty much the same. Because we're limited by the throughput. Okay, this is not a very good experiment. Hang on. We gotta try and... Let's see if we can... Okay, let's try this test now. Okay, this is already reaching 100. There we go. Whereas these... it's kind of the same, really. I assume it's because we have 2 inserters coming through here. That is quick. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice. The only problem is we are, I think, disadvantaged simply by the fact that this uses up more space. But this may be a design we use when unloading the trains of science packs over at the science facility. So that may be the play. Instead of our current design where we just do the 4 chests and then put them together, we may actually just replace this with the splitters. That may help a little bit, but it's looking... Okay, it's not looking great at the moment because we're out of water. Oh wow, we're actually out of water. How did I... What? How are we out of water? I did not expect to actually be using up the full water throughput that these things... The full output. 1200 per second. Okay, there we go. That's better. New. Okay, nice. So I think our winner here is going to still be... Oh god, I'm full. Oh jeez. Oh no. This was a mistake. I have regrets. I think our clear winner is still going to be this setup here, so... I may copy this over to here, and that way we can actually squeeze in a beacon. So that's actually really beneficial. SPL. Okay, so then we put this here. Oh, actually, we could squeeze yet another beacon in there. Ooh, it's Beacon Haven over here. Okay, and then we need to somehow power that, but that needs to go onto a bus. Splitters have a slight performance impact. Really? Well, I guess, yeah, you are adding an extra component into the mix. That makes sense. Alright, so we got our sulfur. Now we need to think about what to do. Ooh, the thunder's nice. This rain mod, this weather mod's really cool. But now we need to think about how we're actually going to deliver this. I think we're just going to go up and over into a factory module, hopefully in here, but I don't think that's going to be fast enough. Actually, yeah, it's going to have to go up here. We're going to have to clear some space up north. But we can do a merge. And we'll see how that goes once we hook it all up. Off they go. Yeah, we're gonna have to move the wall up. Alright, let's eliminate some of these guys. I reckon we can probably slice up to around here. Cue the montage. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Okay, hang on. We nearly just died. Ow, why are these shields not charging? They're so slow at charging. I think what I really need is to bring the artillery cannons over here. I'm kind of lazy. Okay, that's cleared a little bit of space for us to move upwards with. Or nukes. That's, yeah, actually. Nukes might not be such a bad idea. How much uranium do we have access to? It's kind of, I mean, what's that? 27 nukes worth? Yeah, we got 27 nukes worth in there. Actually, why is this going so poorly? Where's all the uranium? Oh, it's just not coming out. Okay, we're gonna have to try and redo this whole thing as well. At some point. Oh, the stickiness. The stickiness is not fun. Tango dancing in the bugs, yeah. Do our little wiggly wobbly. You can't catch me. It feels like they're getting more aggressive, but I know that can't be right because our evolution's already hit the ceiling. At least I'm pretty sure it has. 0.99. We're basically at the ceiling. I suppose the only thing that could really happen is more of the blue worms become green. Okay, we really just got to get the bases. That's all we really need. Oh, and I got to avoid getting slowed down. That's a neat command. I always learn so much. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of really useful ones. Something else I learned as well is, let me just get behind safety. You can press, I think it's F5. Okay, no, hang on. I don't want F5. What the heck is, what is this? F4. You get the little debug menu. And you got all sorts of cool things. You can do GPU time, which gives you a lot of things, which is really fun for devs. You get the FPS, which, here you go. You get the FPS and UPS. That tells you if you're lagging, if it's dropping below 60. What else have we got? Yeah, there's all sorts of cool little things I found. I don't know what most of them even do. Oh. Allow increased zoom. Not sure what that does. I think I already have a mod that does that for me. There was one that I was using the other day, though. I can't find it now, though. It had something to do with bases. Enemy expansion chunk. Yeah, here we go. So you get this little widget that shows you where they're likely to expand to. So the greens are where they really want to go, I think, and the reds are where they're very much not going to expand to. And this is all probably red because they already live there. They want to try and get into my base, but they can't. So I think we're good there. There's so many cool little things that are hidden, tucked away behind some menus. This is a huge base. Why am I taking this one on? It'd be funny if all the zoom mod did was set the boolean to true in the debug settings. That's probably all it does, really. It's under the hood, turns it on. I think there's more bugs than air in that area. You may be right. This is getting a little ridiculous. Oh, the slowdowns. I hate the slowdowns so much. Just have to clear a bit of space so that we can start expanding the wall. Oh wow. Wow, that's a lot of them. Okay, let's bring you guys over. Let's bring you to the perimeter. Yeah, we should be able to copy this entire wall. It's a very, very big wall. And I think we want to try and bring it up to here. So if I plonk it there. Then we need someone to build it. Now, I do have some roboports. I'm going to try and bring it up here. Okay, that's in construction radius. I hope I have some cliff explosives. Oh, I do. Okay, nice. And this is the part where we run into more bugs. And they can't get to me because the cliff is there. That's amazing. Let's try and wipe out all of these along the wall. You have the high ground. Don't try it. And here they go. Ah! And then they all die. Something, something. I hate you. What's everyone's favorite Star Wars movie? I really liked Episode 3, to be honest. That was probably my favorite. Like, obviously there's something special about the classics, but Episode 3 I think was just epic. Okay, I need to grab a smaller portion of this wall and try and patch up the holes where there were bases before. I think that's good. And then we need to power these. Oi, what you doing there? Munching on my walls before I'm even finished building. Yeah, okay, so we need to power these. I think I can just do that with substations, but maybe we'll use some long poles first. Like the classics, my grandma had them recorded on VHS tapes back in the day. Ooh, vintage. You still have them? Do not. Dang. Now we're stuck with the new special editions. Those kind of, they're weird. They've made some odd changes and I don't like them. Oh my goodness, what are you guys? Okay, I think we have to cut back this base a little bit further. Can my robots charge? Can they pack up quicker, please? Oh my goodness, there's so many of them. Is it just me, or do some of the spitters go derp and just find a random spot and spit on it in the middle of battles? I think it's because I'm moving so quickly. They're trying to shoot where they think I'm going to move to. And because I'm moving so quickly, that vector ends up being really large. That's why it looks pretty silly. Okay, hang on. Slowdowns are terrible. Actually, yeah, once I head off over here, then they start just kind of wandering. Oh, jeez. You're so annoying. Stop attacking the wall. I haven't even built it yet. Okay, we may be clear. The next thing we need to do is continue powering. Oh, here's another attack. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. That's powered. Actually, we can pull that back a little bit. Yep, defense is starting to come up. This is good. This is good. Let's power these roboports up so they can start building it for us. Okay, and then we should be able to start decommissioning this old wall. Not the fish. Okay, I guess we got fish in our inventory now. We can probably also decommission the old pipeline as well. Yeah, let's just get rid of all of this. We don't need it anymore. You served us well. 07's in the chat for the wall, for the north wall. I noticed that the worms are dang snipers. They have no business having such good aim with no eyes. I know, right? The way they can just aim from so far away and yet the turrets can't. It's so annoying. Okay, this is going to take forever. I need to move away so that my robots stop doing it and the rest of the normal robots can... the rest of the network can do it. Okay, that should do. Just wire these up. And that is now officially an extension to the wall. Slowly creeping it upwards. Alright, so the next thing we can do now, other than wait for that wall, is we can start preparing our assembly area for the blue science. North Wall 2.0, exactly. So I think this whole plant here, along with the plastic, can extend downwards into this section, which will be nice and compact. But then the rest of the assembly has to happen probably up here. Red circuits will probably need to happen somewhere else, probably up here. So we can bring some of the pipelines north and then ship the red circuits across, because we do need red circuits for a couple of other things. We need them for productivity modules and electric furnaces. And we need them for blue circuits and flying robot frames. Yep, so that's going to have a whole dedicated plant up over here. So let's work on that later. Let's get... that's already... okay, let's bring this up. So once again, Blue Science is a 3-ingredient product, which means we're going to need... well, actually, here's a question. For throughput, maybe we need to start putting... maybe we need 3 belts. 1 for each. Oh, this is going to be a little gross. Okay. What I've been doing previously is trying to save on resources, and I've been using productivity modules on the assemblers. But I think we can't afford to do that anymore because that takes up a lot of space. Yeah, and it's just iron and... I guess there's a little bit of coal for the plastic, but I think we can go full speed ahead and just try and deliver the resources quicker. So if we came up with a new design for this, we start with our assembler, and we have 3 items that need to be input. We have engines, we need to have red circuits, and we need to have sulfur. If we look at the ratios, sulfur is 1, whereas circuits and engines are 2 and 3, or 3 and 2 rather. So what that means is we can afford to use a slow arm inserter for the sulfur, And then we can use bulk inserters for the rest of the items and output slowly the blue science. I think that's going to be the general principle. But then we need to find a way to speed that up. And unfortunately, beacons are a little bit tricky to stack. I think, though, we can probably get away with doing something like this. Okay, so what if we did something like that? That's getting 8 beacons onto the one assembler, which is pretty nuts. We established earlier that inserters can insert onto belts, which means we end up with a final design that looks like this per crafter. Then if we put speed modules in all of that, we can try for productivity. No, actually, I'm out of productivity. Let's try for speed. And let's take a look. If we plug this in, because unfortunately we can't see the actual effects of the beacons until we've plugged it in. So let's try plugging it in. Crafting speed becomes 9, which is plus 624%. That's pretty quick. So then if we copy that and we can back it together like that, that's going to form our array. That's really cool. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and then if we copy that yet again, but this time we can flip it vertically so that we can try and double belt the output of blue science. And we can also probably afford to get rid of some of these substations. I need to copy from here, don't I? There we go, and then our substation should be able to just fit into here. That's a nice looking design, I think. We do need to find a spot to connect these together, but that's fine. Yeah, what do we think? What do we think, chat? Does that look like a good design? It feels excessive. It definitely feels excessive. But, oh my goodness. We have 1,000 beacons. Consuming half a gigawatt. That's insane. Alright, but I'm pretty happy with that being our overall. So if we have a look at the stats, that's still only 0.75 per second. That doesn't sound right. That's 0.1. 0.75 per second. Hang on a second. And then if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 2, so that's 14 times 0.75 per second times 60 seconds. That's 630 being produced a minute. What's our current rate? Can't really tell because it's not great. Hang on, let's check over the past 10 hours. Our average production rate has been 344. It is a lot more assemblers. But yeah, it is more compact, but it's... Oh, alright. So this is more compact than a manifold. I mean, it technically is still a manifold, but this is more compact than a manifold. But probably consumes a lot more power. Actually, maybe not. 1.98 megawatts versus... how much for a single machine here? 1.28 megawatts per machine. Holy. Okay, it's cheaper. No, this is cheaper. Okay. We go with this design. And we just need to somehow duplicate the wafer. So if this produces 630 per minute, and we duplicate it one more time, let's duplicate it a couple more times. So then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 times 2. 19 times 2, 38 times, what was it, 0.75? Times 0.75 per second times 60 seconds is 1,700 per minute. That's still not 4,000. How big does this need to be? How enormous does this need to be? Okay, hang on. Let's paste this again. Let's plonk it down there. Heyo! How you doing, Fleshy? Welcome back to the stream. I've come up with this little design for blue science production, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts. We end up producing 0.75 blue science per second by doing it this way. I may have to make some incisions somewhere along the chain depending on how the belt saturation goes. But the idea being that we get sulfur coming through here, engine units coming through here, and then red science coming through there, and then they drop the blue science into this main middle belt, and then I've just flipped it on the other side. You're asking a person who just builds until it feels the right size. It does not work well. I mean, that's pretty similar to how I do it. I kind of just build until the numbers go brr, or until I run out of resources. We should be able to continue this along though. This is getting ridiculous, but this is getting ridiculous. I cleared all that space just to have to use it all for blue science. I was watching the community showcase Winter Jam and it's Christmas special. They just announced next year's theme. Ooh, what theme is it? I'd have to investigate more to figure out ratios throughput. Yeah. Has science gone too far? Science never goes too far. No, okay, hang on. That may be a lie. Science has sometimes gone too far. But we're boldly going where lots of other players have gone before. Gaming sounds like a 90s throwback. Ooh. Sounds fun. Okay, these guys... Oh, wait, these aren't my drones. These are not my drones. Okay, so they're going to slowly build portions of that. I don't think they can reach... Oh, wait, they can reach all of it. We are in construction range. Nice. Okay, I don't have to do anything. Nothing will get in the way of science. Exactly. So now I just have to figure out how to get a whole bus of sulfur across. I think... I think we can just run this all the way across into there. See what that does. Ooh, 5-stream streak. Nice. Thanks for hanging out. That's going to need a lot of beacons. How many beacons do we need for that? It's annoying we can't see the full stats. Oh, we need cliff explosives. Can we pick up some cliff explosives from here? Yes, I think we can. Let's grab... those. Wait, why is that not delivering? What else is being currently satisfied? Nothing. So what's going on? Why is Vulcanus not delivering us? Oh, we're out of low density structures. That is a problem. Why are we out of those? Because we're out of plastic. Why are we out of plastic? Because we're out of coal. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hang on. We can make a quick adjustment here. There we go. Problem solved. Now you just need to harness the energy from a small star to power it all. Yes. It would be cool if we could do some sort of space agey kind of power packaging from the sun here. That would be fun. Or maybe not fun. I don't know. Alright, so that's going to keep assembling. Now we need to think about the next items. Why is this not powered? Oh, I severed the connection. No, 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 no. There we go, they're all dead. Alright, so the next step for us is plastic. We need to make plastic. And unfortunately, that's going to need a bit of a different layout. We need to also include in the process coal. Actually, no, we can reuse the same design and just bring the coal in by a belt along where the water used to be. Yeah, let's do that. So if we copy all of this and flip it, let's plonk it over. Let's plonk it over here. Let's get rid of that roboport. I don't think we really need it. Looks like I'm going to have to come down here and place the cryogenic plants. Just casually build a Dyson sphere and become a one-person tier 2 civilization. I mean, that's what we all do, is it not? When we take control of entire planets. We build fusion reactors covering entire stacks, entire continents. I do wonder who has produced the most power in this game in a single save. Okay, we need to change this recipe out to plastic. I'm out of bulk inserters, that's okay. We're going to chuck some coal into here, and then we need to erase this pipeline and instead replace it with a belt. And then I got to figure out where the heck am I going to get coal from. That would be an interesting challenge. Another challenge would be how to use it all, but I suppose that's the Mega Base's job. Where am I gonna get... We got copper up here. Where am I gonna get coal from? Because I'm pretty sure this coal patch here is not gonna last us very much longer. How much electricity do you generate? Not enough. I generate 2 gigawatts, but that has gone under. We do, the highest demand I've seen is 2.7, and I think by the end of today, that's going to go probably all the way up to, I'm going to say 5 or 6 gigawatts. That's going to be my estimate. You guys want to leave an estimate, and we can see who's the closest? It could be fun. We should actually do a number count here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. 1.2 gigawatts. Okay, so we got 53 times 2, so that's 106. 106 times 0.75, that's 79.5 per second, times 60, that's 4,700 blue science packs per minute. And then we can just copy that on top if we need to get that to 10,000 independently of our biolab production rates. So I have no idea how much that's actually going to consume, but we'll figure that out. It looks like I'm going to need to grab some beacons and some bulk inserters, so let's head back down south. I suppose I could tear down this and give us access to more of that coal, 235. I would rather use a different coal deposit. Maybe I need to explore up north and set up some train shipments. Aren't you aiming for 1 million per minute? 1 million's a bit of a stretch at the moment, mate. I'll get there eventually. 10,000 is the current goal. Bulk inserters, you are sitting here. Then we need our other things, rookie numbers. Hey, I'm still fresh to this. Damn, this is trickling through. Beacons. Bacons. Alright, that should be good. Oh, and I need some red inserters too, I think. Let's quickly go and grab some of those. I wonder, should we try the cursed car extraction system for train depots next? Someone mentioned you can get really fast loading speeds using cars. And we already tried mass storage. Oh no. We already tried mass storage and that worked, but then the transfer rates is something we haven't actually tried. So I am a little curious to see what sort of monstrosity we can get. Okay, yeah, this is all backed up, unfortunately. Beacons. Okay, that's all good. We got some plastic coming through. Actually, we need to flip this. There we go, that's better. Build my minions. This is about to consume a lot of power. Do we even have enough speed modules? I think we do. How's our ship? Do we have everything we need? Nope, we're still requesting belts. Okay, that's fine. Wait, we already just went through all those beacons we picked up. That's insane. How many beacons are there? The floor is made of beacons. Wow, that's nuts. Okay, plastic. Okay, so we need plastic to join up onto a belt, onto a bus rather. You're gonna need a bigger planet. The floor is made of bacon. Yeah, I feel like I could go for some bacon. Here, there we go. So that's going to be a little bus. Missing turbo undergrounds. We don't have any. Then we need to bring... Oh god, what's happening here? Everyone's trying to deconstruct the wall. We have some peach bacon we're gonna cook tomorrow. Ooh, fancy. Sounds good. Come on, guys, fill it up. Alright, while that's happening, let's try and be a little bit efficient with our time. We need to figure out how we're going to do red circuits. So we already have blue circuits coming down here. Although it's not the most efficient because we have a little bit of a throughput problem with the inserters. But it's still our best design at the moment. So if I copy all that, plonk it up here because we're going to need more circuits. I need to keep some space available for this setup. So if we plonk it up here, should we start using up the water? Maybe we do that, yeah. Okay, if I plonk it down here, and then I gotta try and make sure we can come up with a design that's tileable. So if I get rid of this, and then copy this down here, that looks tileable to me. And we just got to make sure we can get all of our resources in. So that means more of this. So I think we can just run a pipeline of the copper. Yep, let's run a pipeline of copper. And then, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. This is getting exciting. We can copy this. Actually, no, even better. I built this yesterday. We can copy this. Oh, here we go. Some fat copper production going on here. We should be able to just plonk this here. You mean to tell me you can just place pipes underwater? Not exactly. What ends up happening is you end up placing landfill under here, and then the pipes sit on the landfill. It would be cool if you could place them underwater. But I've just ghosted them up, so that'll eventually construct. How's our ship? Have we got our items yet? No, they're coming very slowly. Okay. So we can start plonking some of these down. Are these the regulars? No, they're the tier 2s. Okay, that's good. We want those. Yep, okay, that's all we can place. Landfill. We gotta go pick up some landfill. And some tunnels by the looks of it. And some substations. Wow, we are chewing through our resources. But that should give us... Yeah, well, let's get rid of these. That should give us plenty of copper. Hang on, let me change this to copper. Before we accidentally make iron. I think we can cancel these. And instead bring this across. Yes. There we go. So that hooks up the copper. Then we got to actually turn it into copper wires, which, where are we doing that? Here. So once again, we can copy this and make a bit of a tileable design. This is probably way too much copper. And I think we can join these up into a bus. There's no such thing as too much copper. I like your thinking. Let's try and prove that to be true, shall we? So we connect this up, that connects up, and then we need to connect that back up to the main belt. Although this is probably going to fill an entire belt. Ooh, okay, hang on. Let's move this across. Yeah, I think each one of these is actually going to form its own part of the bus. Well, hang on, we've got... How many of these? We've got 2 of these feeding 2 of these, so maybe we don't exactly need to do this at all. What if we... What if we just plug these in? This is getting so messy. I should be using the deconstruction planner. Alright, so that's going to supply 4 of those. Then we need to get some iron in here. How are we going to do iron? I suppose we could just do another smelting array. Yeah, let's do another smelting array. This time it's going to be iron. We need this for the circuits. Yep, then we need to deliver our copper across. This is getting so tight. I need some tunnels. All right, I'm going to grab some tunnels and I'm going to grab a whole bunch of landfill so we can start filling that in. And I need some more beacons as well. Kind of just need everything, don't we? So the beacons are here. Kind of getting in short supply of those. Okay, we still got our foundries. We still got our electromagnetic plants. That's good. Landfill. Where is the landfill? Here. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. We have not been making landfill. That is a bit of an issue. Okay. We may have to start a landfill assembly somewhere. I might do it down here at the rail network. Or the rail machines. Where's a good spot? We could probably just do it here. Landfill has to be done in an assembly machine, unfortunately. So we can't get any sort of massive productivity bonuses out of it. I think this will do. Oh, and I'm out of substations. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, that'll start making landfill slowly while we go off and get the rest of our resources. Actually, we have some stone on us. We can dump this stone in. Okay, we're 2 hours in. I'm a little behind schedule. But I think we can utilize the same designs for all the other science at crafting, so I think we can make up some time. This is all still going very slowly. Okay, tunnels. We need some more. We need some... we don't need that many splitters. Need a few more belts. We also need... What else did we say we needed? Substations, that's right. We need to grab some substations. We still have speed modules. Substations, I think we can just take that many. That'll probably do. What else do we need? We got the beacons. Landfill's coming along. We got the bulk inserters. I think that's everything we need. So these are going to make the green circuits. Then we got to convert that into, with the plastic, into the red circuits. What I might try and do is reconnect. Actually, no, I won't bother. Let's just grab some of our landfill then. We'll quickly grab the landfill that we've made down here, and then we'll head back up and continue building. I got a small, decent amount. I'm currently editing a compilation of all the times I've died to trains, and seeing one go past me is kind of triggering some OCD a little bit. Not OCD, PTSD. Alright, here we go. We should be able to get these placed in now. Except for the productivity modules, that is a bit of a shame. This is going to chew through our landfill very quickly. Yep, we're out of landfill. Get it right, it's CDO. The letters need to be in the right order. COD, no, that's another thing. DCO. Oh, we're out of pipe to grounds as well. Ah, I'm running out of everything. Okay, we should be able to get these tunnels across now. That's going to form a big chunky 6-lane bus of copper. Oh, actually, I'm just realizing now this is intruding on this space. Okay, hang on. It sucks. We gotta move everything up. Which means our whole landfill thing here is kind of in jeopardy. Why are you all just hovering over the ocean? Come back to me. think they need a storage chest so they can dump stuff. There we go. Okay, all these robots are finally finishing up. They're taking a long time to charge. I kind of need to fix that somehow. I think the only way I can do it is with legendary roboports. Yeah, okay, we're gonna need a lot more landfill. A lot more landfill. Man, where are we gonna get all the landfill from? I guess that's just gonna craft very slowly. We can copy this. I'm still not sure how much space are we gonna need for this. Let me just copy one module from this. Okay, that's a lot of space. Dang. I keep messing this up. Alright, we will have to cut this all. And again, shift it up a bit more. Okay, while that's happening, let's quickly have a think about our engines. How are we going to form engines at a reasonable pace? We still have a little bit of space here left to make engines, or we could do engines somewhere further south. Yeah, we might actually just make engines here, I reckon. So, engines. They cannot be done in a foundry, which means we have to do them in an assembly machine. Training him? I could, but then I have to deal with the delays between train stops. Which I kind of don't want to do. I just want to do some big buses for this, I think. And plus, buses are fun. Buses look really cool. We have to be mindful of our supply. Yeah, our pipe supply. Oh, actually, no, we have space in here. We can do them here. So, engines need steel plates, iron gears, and pipes, all of which can be made with a foundry. Which means we already have the steel here, so we can just bust that up. We already have gears. No, we need to make more gears because these are at capacity. And pipes are easy to make with molten iron as well. We could just do gears and stuff over here. Okay, let's copy this. Flip it. And then change the recipe out for gears. This is getting ridiculous. And I love it. Okay, so that's gonna all be gears. My goodness, a 6-lane bus of gears. That's insane. Oh, hang on, these guys are waiting for storage yet again. Oops, that's not what we want. I think this is the copper pipe. I can't remember. Okay, I'm gonna need to get some more pipe to grounds. How much landfill do we have? Oh, that's better. Yeah, we can use that. Oh, my drones are taking a really, really long time. But, okay, so that's going to be gears. And then we need pipes. Pipes can probably be done over here. But how many pipes do we need is the question. Eh. When in doubt, more production. Actually, let's copy this set. Because that one's already flipped upside down. Now the question is, can we fit a 6-lane oh, we just can! Okay, that is proper cool. Oh. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this and then replace this with tunnels. And then we can allow the rest to pass through like this. There we go. That's a very, very thick belt. If you couldn't fit it, you could try squeeze 6 into 3 via belt weaving. What is belt weaving? Now I'm curious. It's learning time again. What is belt weaving? Is that like alternating items on the belt? Okay, we should change this into pipes. Nope, give me a sec. All right. I want to see this. We're very quickly running out of speed modules. Do we have our speed modules over here? No, we don't, because the ship is full. Why is the ship so full? Okay, maybe 10k is too much. We can drop some reinforced concrete. Could probably drop some stone. Yeah, we are way too full on this stuff. Way too full. Maybe we need to send the ship over to Aquilo and drop some of it off. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Sending you over to Aquilo. This is ridiculously large. And then they need to charge again. It takes so long for them to charge. Oh, and then we need power over here. I'm gonna have to squeeze in using substations and tunnels. There we go. Oh, this corner's under attack again. Alright, so that's a massive belt. I'm gonna have to separate that as well. Alright, so then we can deliver that around to the engines over here, I reckon. Sent. Ooh, okay, hang on, let's have a look at this. What the heck is that sorcery? Wait. Hang on, that's right. I forgot you could do that. You can... Okay, so for everyone else who isn't seeing... I'm gonna have to put this on my other monitor. What is it? You got... Space... Oh, okay, I see. Yep, because it's going as far as it can reach. And then... You got blues going in here. Wait, hang on. Wait, my brain is breaking. Hang on. What is this? Okay, it squeezes. Oh, wait, no, they all just go the same distance. Okay. And then you also get the reds. So it's kind of like this sort of pattern, and that way you're technically getting... Ooh, here we go. String. Import string. Ah. Okay. This is voodoo. So then you're technically squeezing 3 belts. The only issue is the throughput. That's the only thing I can see being a problem. 2 blues. Yeah, effectively it's 2 blues. Since yellow and red equals blue. Yeah. The only problem I can see is that this is going to be a very hungry, very item hungry process, I think. Hang on, how fast do engines build? Maybe the, like, because then you can just squeeze more and you're technically getting denser item throughput versus using the turbo belts. How much do engines use? 1 of each, but then 2 of the pipes. Yeah, okay. Reminds me of ribbon wire. Yeah. Okay, well, we can try and replace that if we run into issues. Actually, let me paste that string and keep it in my little book. That could be useful in the future. Okay, now, unfortunately with this, we only have access to a 5 wide belt or bus. I gotta figure out how to get this steel from here all the way to over here. Ooh. That's only 4 wide, but we have an extra lane up here as well, so... Yeah, this is about to get a little janky. So if we connect this up, we can have 1 belt going all the way through, not quite all the way through, but mostly all the way through. Then it needs to come up through here. Yep, this will work. Maybe. Then we can get another belt coming up through here. This whole floor is just going to be made of belt. And I'm kind of all here for it. Should be able to run this all the way across. And then we need to somehow run another belt all the way across here. Can we move this radar? Yeah, we can. Cool, okay, and then this comes all the way up. What is this? This is stone brick. We can probably squeeze this down the side here. Oh no. Radar, I'll just stick it down there. There we go, that's better. Then we got space for our 5th belt. Yep, definitely a belter. Here we go, here we go. There we go, there's our bus. So now we just need to get the steel across. Oh, how are we gonna do that? Okay, this probably needs to go across like that. Oh goodness. This is cursed. Alright, there we go. And then that can come up and around. And then we do the same thing here. Ah. Okay, slight problem. I need pipe to grounds. Oh, okay, I gotta grab some pipe to grounds. This is so silly. We don't need electric engines, do we? No, okay, so this is the only thing we need engines for. Flying robot frames, what do they need? No, they do need electric engines! Dang! This is getting increasingly more complex. That's annoying. Oh, what's our throughput of engines gonna become then? How many engines are we currently producing? How do we even find out? Over the last 10 minutes, engines. Engines. We're producing 350 per minute. Okay. Where am I going? Pipe to grounds are not this way. They're back over at the HQ. At the OG base. Here we go. Pipe to grounds. Artillery shell range 10 is taking quite some time, but that's to be expected. 512,000 science should take a while at 1,000, less than 1,000 per minute. All right, here we go. So I need some pipe to grounds because I need to run this. There we go. And then we should be able to then run that across. And we can get the steel around. Now this is going to be a little trickier, but I think we can manage. Yeah, I'm going to have to run the steel across the whole track. I think we can squeeze in a little bit of space here and then they can turn around no, they can't. Dang it. Okay, let's shuffle this across. Like that. There we go. Okay, that gets that across. And then for the last bus lane. Boom. We now have our steel coming across. There we go. There's our 5 lanes. Oof, we did it. We got them. Okay, so now we just need to get them going over here. I think the only real way to do this is just going to be to run them across like this, which is absolutely disgusting. But there we go. We made it. So now we've got our items, except we do need to plug in the molten iron somewhere. Probably have to be from the top. No, wait, hang on. There we go. Doesn't have to be from the top. That's already plugged in. That's already plugged in. Ooh, this is nasty. Oh, that's okay. That's not gonna work. What are we gonna do about this? We need to get iron into here. Maybe we can. This is gonna have to go across one more time, isn't it? Yep. Oh, it just won't reach. No. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. There we go. Okay. Molten iron is in. We have our gears. Oh, we have our pipes. Alrighty, so that's going to be our pipes. That's going to be our gears and our steel. That is just, that's a lot of items. How am I going to split this? How am I going to split it? Okay, I think for the engines, we're going to need some space. We'll probably do the engine assembly down here, to be honest. Oh, but that is getting a little bit close. Yeah, we'll try it. Okay, so I think we can copy our design from the military science assembly. So if we grab this. Up until the point where, hang on. Up until this point, let's copy that. And we paste it, I don't know, here somewhere. No, hang on. We need to save space for this assembly. We need bus lanes. Maybe the engines go upwards this way. Yeah, that might work. All right, so then we need to change the recipe of this to engines. And then we need to somehow get this going. I think we need to flip this belt around the other way. Oh, that's already going the right way. Let's flip this. Okay, so this will be really simple. So pipes get their own input. So they can just have one lane of the bus each. Actually, no, it looks like they need to share that throughput. We can do this instead. There we go, yes. Oh, we're gonna need lube, aren't we? We're gonna need lube for those electric engines. Uh-oh. Alright, and then we need our gears and our steel. Lube. Our favorite. So gears need to join up with the steel. So if we run a tunnel here, I think 2 across should be fine. And the steel and the gears run down together. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. And then that can join together and that'll start making engines. Eventually. Yes, it looks like it is. Instead of productivity... Okay, I'm out of speed modules anyway. How's this going? Have we dumped everything? No, we haven't. Let's dump. Let's dump a bunch of that. Make sure we have enough space on Aquilo. Looks like we do. That's good. Then we should be able to send this back. Okay, let's do the same here. So this is going to jump over by two spots. This is going to come up through here. This is going to crash down into this belt, and then this comes across for the engines up here. This is coming along. Wait, no, hang on, that's the wrong belt. No, 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 no. My bad, this needs to come across to here. Can we squeeze another? I don't think we can squeeze another module here. It is a shame. Okay, anyway. That's our engines for now. Once we get the speed modules, that might improve production rates. Crafting speed 4.5, which means 0.44 per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times 4. 56 times 0.44 is 24.64 per second. Times 64 is 1478.4 per minute. And we're trying to produce... Okay, I don't think this is enough engines, but anyway, let's just try and push that through. Okay, so the engines join up with the sulfur. The plastic needs to get shipped across to the electronics over here. Which I need my landfill for. Okay. Let's go grab the landfill. God, that is such a thick bus of items. Everyone excited for Christmas? It's been a bit of a year, hasn't it? New Year's coming up soon. Do I need any more substations? No, I do not. Looks like I'm going to need some more belts and tunnels, though. Gonna make my awesome lasagna. Ooh, sounds good. Okay, there we go. There's landfill. Plenty, plenty, plenty. Sadly, it's Alex. It's not Alex's space lasagna. Oh. We can settle for belt spaghetti. Belt spaghetti for Christmas. Ooh. Now that's a meal. That's a meal that's going to carry memories. Okay, do we have enough belts sitting in here? We got tunnels. Oh, yeah, we got heaps of belts. Do we need anything else? I don't think so. Yep, we should be fine. Need speed modules, of course. Okay, let's send this over to Vulcanus to try and collect those speed modules again. This is a lot of work put into making blue science packs. I hope I'm going to have time to try and get to the purples today. Because if we can get to the purples, then we can at the very least start building up research for, what do you call them? The mining productivity. Looks like I forgot to grab some beacons. I should grab those real quick. Oh, and bulk inserters. We're out of bulk inserters as well. We're out of everything. Beacons, beacons, beacons. There we go. Then into the new year, I think we're getting close to the point where we can start preparing for a trip to the edge of space. Because there's not exactly a whole lot more for us to do other than, you know, growing the factory as you do. And I think we will have the factory, or before we go to the edge of space, I have to try and fix Gleba. We have to try and fix it once and for all. I can't let myself finish this game without fixing Gleba for good. That has really been annoying me for all this time. I'm gonna need more assembly machines by the looks of it. Yeah, I'm completely dry. So let's grab some of those, and then I need more bulk inserters and probably a couple more long arms. Fulgora, I think, is mostly okay. Aquilo is doing alright. It's slow, but it's kind of mostly manual, but it's doing okay. But it's Gleba that's really not doing well. Lots of artillery and Tesla turrets. I'm not sure on the Tesla turrets. They keep getting destroyed because the Stompers come around and like two-shot them, whereas it takes the Tesla turrets like 10 shots to take them out. The answer is obviously going to be more electrical damage, but that's already getting up to 16k. And yeah, it's 16k for another 70% damage. Maybe it's okay once that rounds up to 100,000. Factory must grow. Yes, all right. Maybe that's how they've balanced it. Yeah, that might be right. Anyway, we've got our landfill. Grow. We've got our landfill. We've got everything else. So we should be able to finish this off now. I might actually deconstruct this landfill because we don't need it anymore. Yep, that's going to take a very long time. Okay, but that'll eventually form us our whatchamacallums. I'm excited for 2026. I am too. I think there's going to be a lot of big exciting things happening in that year, I believe. Not just on my channel. Yeah, I think 2026 is showing promise. Okay, so iron's coming through. No, iron is not coming through. That's right. We're bringing iron. We're not bringing iron. That's right. We need to build a bus for the iron. Okay, iron. There we go. So that's going to form the iron bus. We need some tunnels. Not the car that I want, but the first car on the platform that my next car will be built on will be coming out next year. So hoping... Ooh, what car is it? Okay, that's most of that sorted. Then we can split the iron off. Or rather, we can just... we have 6 of these. No, we have 5 of these. We can make a 6. Moving R2... Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you showing me that. You're coming out next year. I want the R3X. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit more of a weight. Yeah, that's cool. Exciting. Or is exciting getting a new car? Time is annoying. Oh, yeah, it can be. Do we still have landfill? Oh, yeah, we got plenty of landfill. Work, my minions. Fill me that land. We do a couple of pipe to grounds here. We also need to grab molten iron. Yep, okay, so molten iron needs to come from here, and I probably need to extend this. I'm gonna line these up, I think. Ah, okay. I see a problem. I need to line these up. Kind of weird how these sprites work. Okay, we can do now a... Well, that's the copper pipe, which means that needs to get over to here. Oh, this is a little ugly. We can snake that around, bring this across. Oops. Connect these up. That should be our molten iron. Now sorted. Why is that not? Okay, that's needs to be placed. Then we can connect this up. There we go. Molten iron and molten copper. Now we just need power. Okay, and then we can connect this up down here. There we go. How is that going to produce? Not very quickly because we don't have any of the speed modules in. That's fine. Now we just need to get the iron across. So I think we can use this whole belt. Yeah, we can use this entire bus thing. And bring this across. That's going to form that iron. This is going to form this iron. This is going to form the next iron. And so forth. And we should be able to do one more. Just for the time being anyway, until we get the sixth one online. Alrighty. Yeah, we really need those speed modules. Are they coming along? They are. On the way is 50. Oh, we already got heaps. Nice, 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 nice. That's perfect. So then we can send that back and get this going. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is get the plastic across. Where is that plastic? Here it is. So we should be able to just bring this across. I think we can just destroy that. Okay, and then we need to figure out how we're going to build red circuits. Now these work a lot slower than the green circuits, so we're going to need a lot more electromagnetic plants. I think if we ran a line like that, again, this is 3 ingredients, and we need a lot more copper cables than we need electronic circuits, so we can merge the circuits with the plastic onto 2 sides of one belt, and then the copper cables can get their own belt. Get your own belt! This is not nearly going to be enough plastic. Actually, that needs a little bit more space. Okay, there we go. And then we should just be able to do that. What is happening? Just that corner again, that's fine. Just gotta test the Model Y. Ooh, that's cool. How are you finding the, was it the iPad that they've got in the middle and the dashboard? How's that doing? Because it's a little different than your traditional knobs and dials. I can imagine it'll take me quite a while to get used to it. That's for sure. Okay, we should be able to bulk insert. I Should have just copy pasted this. Love it. The car shifts on its own and it's aware of its surroundings. Ooh. Really, really fancy. Okay, we gotta move some power up here and get some power up here. There we go. This is starting to fill up. There are 20k miles on it already and 70% of full self-driving. Damn, full self-driving sounds really nice. You still have to keep your hands on the wheel though, just for safety. I think I can do two arms on this. That'll probably get us the throughput that we need. Yep, okay, and then beacon time. Bacon time. Boom. I have no idea if this is going to be enough, but we shall see. Do we have our modules? Yep, we have our modules. Let's send them back to Narvis now. They just released a new version that actually has relaxed the driver retention requirements in clear weather conditions. Ooh. So you can just kick back now. That's kind of cool. Okay, so that's our red circuit. So then that should be everything we need to build the blue science. Ooh, okay, and then when the cliff explosives, the cliff explosives are on the way. We have engine units prepared. Now this needs power. I forgot to power this up. There we go. That's powered up. So there's our plastic. Oh, except I'm not delivering the coal. That's right, because I was going to check if there was coal up there. Maybe we just play it easy at the moment and bring coal from down here. I'm hoping that's enough coal. Okay, someone's taken that order up. So if we bring this all the way up. I think we need to bring it up and around. Here we go. And then we can just bring it down like this. Okay, there we go. And then split, 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 and split. Jam it in. And if we need more, we'll have to think about trying to get the rest of the bus going. And somebody has taken up the order for these things. I'm not sure who it is. There we go. Ooh, less than 10 minutes to warm the snow off. That's pretty good. I think. Okay, here we go. The bots are coming around. The army's coming. The bot army is here. Okay, and how's that coal? Okay, the coal's coming in slowly. Maybe I just need to place these by hand. Alright, that'll work. And then this needs to be powered as well. There we go. So that's the sulfur sorted. That's the sulfur sorted now. It's a very full belt. Plastic comes across. Okay, did you deliver the cliff explosives? Yes, you did. Let's drop them down. Let's also drop the speed modules down. Give me... And I think that means the robots will start coming around and detonating these cliffs and placing down the rest of those belts, which is really nice. We're waiting on other things. Hang on, where's my storage chest? Where did I leave it behind? There it is. If we bring this across, we can maybe help out with these guys a little bit. Anyway, engines. How many engines are we making? We shall soon find out once we set up a bus for these things. Let's hope we have a saturated bus, but I don't think we will. Oops. I mean, 2.4 minutes of charging for 65 miles is pretty good still. It's definitely an improvement from what we used to have. And then the fact that it's a hybrid kind of helps to circumvent some of that. Okay, so we established we need engines on one side and red circuits on the other side. Oh, and we also established that we need more copper wire. So this will have to go here, I reckon. Yep, it'll have to go here. We're gonna need a belt down here to go through a tunnel. There we go, perfect length. And then we need to bring one of these across. We can probably just bring this guy across. Tunnel. Bring it up. Bring it across. Get some power going. Okay, and then we have ourselves a belt. Yes. Ah, but this is in the way. That's fine. Now we need to get copper into here. We can probably squeeze that through here. Snake around this thing. And do a little tunnel. A belt? What are those? I have no idea. This magical thing. Imagine if belts were this easy to place in real life. We'd have them everywhere. Okay, this is kind of yuck placement with the substations. Okay, what's happened to our cliff explosives? Why are none coming around? Is everyone stuck again because of storage? Yeah, I might have to go and get those cliff explosives myself. Let's go grab those real quick. Is there anything else I'm missing? Maybe some more belts? We love belts. This factory is getting huge. And we need our speed modules as well. That's going to be handy to have. Let's get rid of some of these science packs that are sitting in my inventory. There we go. Let's also then grab some more belts and some cliff explosives. And our speed modules. That should be good. Let's head on back. Yeah, hopefully the last thing we need to do now is just balance the distribution of input items, and then we should be getting our 4,000 blue science per minute. Then we can move on to the next fun thing, which is purple science. That one's going to be tricky. That one we are going to have to use a train to ship rails across. They made a monster. That sounds like something I'd do. It's like, let's just slap on a big motor on it. That'll do. Oh shit, it's too much. I've done that a few times in this factory. Yeah, maybe I should go work for Chevy. Okay, let's go maximum speed and power. Okay, and then what's going on here? Okay, that needs to fill. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's kind of quick. That's actually kind of quick. Okay, so then we can just bring this out. Right. Well, a couple of cliff explosives. What's happened to my drones? Where have they gone? Where have the mischievous little things gone? Oh, right. I moved too quickly for them. Small car fast. I mean, they are doing some pretty impressive things with EVs over in Europe as well, aren't they? You get the Remax. Remax? Yeah, I think that's them. They're doing some pretty impressive things with land speed records. And they're kind of nice looking cars as well. Oh yes, hang on. Speed modules! Speed and power! That is really nice to see an actually full belt lane engines. Tri-motor powertrain. God dang. I remember Tesla said at one point that they could go faster than they were at the time, but they're limited to the tire compounds. We've entirely derailed stream. It's Christmas, you know, it's winding down for the end of the year. I'm kind of just goofing around with this anyway. Ooh, okay, this has definitely got to be a bus. We definitely got to manifold this. Yep, okay, and then we bring this up and around, and this will form the copper line. Oh, I want to show you something. Ooh, show and tell. Okay, the copper's getting completely taken up. Oh, actually, hang on, the copper is not... Oh, right, okay, we're going to need... Can I fit it in here? Hang on. Not quite, unless I flip it down the other way. Yep, I think we can fit that. I learned this trick a while back from YouTube. Oh, okay. Let's paste this in. Ooh, what is this? Oh, I get it. Okay, so these deploy onto the furthest lane, which then can fit onto the tunnel there. Which is slightly more compact than what I've got going on here. Yeah, okay, that's kind of nice. That's cool. I'll have to remember that one. What's saying you need to change it? Yeah, I might... I'll change it if I need space, because this is probably going to get a little bit more compact soon. Okay, how's this trickle? This is still a trickle. I think that's because of our copper wire. So if we change this up. Yeah, it looks like we got enough throughput there. So if we change this up so that we're using 2 belts, we might join it up here. Grab a tunnel. See that? See how that goes. If you need even smaller. Try this out. Oh yeah. It is small. There's so many different patterns you can do. It's really cool. The amount of freedom this game gives you. What's going on here? Oh, the iron's not coming through. Oh, because we don't have our modules in here. Okay, that should be better. And then we can also do... Oh, hang on. Storage chest. We can also do our balancer here as well. There we go. It's really annoying that they can't just give me the items, but I guess that's because they're not my drones. Okay, that's all nice and balanced now. Oh, look at that. And we do have, indeed, a line of blue science. So now we need to bring that all the way back. So what I might do is painstakingly flip this back the other way. Oh god, what have I done? Why do I do this to myself? I've goofed something up already. Okay, that's better. Just have to do this about 50 times. Didn't they use the Rivian for one of the Unreal Engine tech demos? I think it was the one with the procedural environments one that they did for Unreal 5.4. Yeah, that's where I've seen the car from. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. It wasn't Forza. I don't think it's in Forza. It should be in the 6th one, which I'm kind of semi-excited to see come out. But yeah, the Unreal demo, that's what it was. Okay, so that's our blue science. Now I need to run a bus for this to get it down into the station here. Let's start with building a quick little station. Rivian uses Unreal Engine for their in-vehicle infotainment graphics and such. Oh, wow. This minor shade. Is it optimized? Does it run at frame rate? Surely it has to. You wouldn't want to be using up that much power in a car. I still can't get over like how much. I haven't a clue. I think so. You'd hope so. Although interestingly, you'd probably use Unity for a lot of that stuff, but I suppose if they struck some sort of partnership deal, then they would have to be. They would have the exclusivity to use the Unreal Engine. Oh. Okay, this is going to be a slight issue. I need to somehow... Oh my goodness, what are you... Game. Why can I not force place rails? Okay, that's just Narvis. That's not clever. Okay, I'm gonna have to deconstruct all this and reconstruct it again. Not the pipe. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Train signal can then appear here. Tesla just switched from Go to Unreal Engine. It's crazy how much power some of these cars have for the AI parts. Uses the car's coolant to liquid cool the computer. God damn. It's time to make their own AI chips for autonomy stuff. Okay, so they're not partnering with NVIDIA? Like Tesla? Is Tesla still with NVIDIA? I remember they were using special cards for those. I think they were Titan Vs. Okay, we need a train stop here. This is going to be for blue science. This is our Maniposian depot. Yes, and Samsung. For the batteries or for the screens? Maniposian depot. Let's make this a nice, bright, vibrant blue. The chips. Ah, okay. Okay, then we get a train. Let's also do the same. Actually, we can copy paste. Color. Ooh, nice. That just works. That just works. Okay, that's powered up. All right, now we just need to get our blue side. Actually, we need to hook this back up. There we go. That's connected back up again. All right, so now we can go and grab. Oh, this is hideous. That'll work. My money is on blue. I'm actually surprised that we didn't get... Oh no, we did get a new chip. We did. I was gonna say, I was surprised we didn't get a new chip in the DLC, but we actually did. It's funny they didn't just make it like the yellow chip or something like that to go with their color scheming. Quantum processors, but we're not there yet in IRL. Sure hope they're blue. Processing units, yep. So now we need to get the blue science down here. I think the easiest way to do that is just straight down. So, belt time. I hate chips. The blue chip magically makes resources disappear. Oh, tell me about it. I had to build so much down here just to get... where is it? Just to get this amount of blue chips being made. And even still, it's not great. Oh, I'm still using tier 1 productivity modules. That could probably improve. I should redo that at some point. Okay, tunnel goes under. Can I just... Oh yeah, I can. I love that you can do that. That's amazing. Then we can just run this up and around. And that's our first lane of blue science. Here we go. We finally did it. It only took us 3 hours. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that should then be drying up over here, right? Right? No, it's not. Hang on. I will say I really like your train balancer. Thank you. I don't remember where I got it from. I've been using it for a long time. Actually, I think what I did was I saw this thing online and then I spammed it a couple more times and then ran my usual 4-lane bus into it. Modules are even worse. Oh, yeah. I mean, we have the whole setup on Fulgora. Are these out of fuel again already? I just topped them up yesterday. We got the chips up here, the modules up here. They take green and reds, which are already gone, and then blue and reds, which can't go because we don't have any greens, and then whatever the third resource is for your tier 3 module, depending on what it is. That's nuts. Oh, I need to take notes on that balancer. I can share the import strings for that. Maybe I'll do that at the end of after this stream. I'll grab a bunch of my Import strings. I'll definitely share the Christmas tree. That one was fun. I do have some smelter arrays from pre 2.0. Then there's the train loader. Yeah, it started as, yeah, that's right. I had a red one and then I turned it into a big one and then I upgraded it to a green one in Space Age. And then I do have splitters. Yeah, I have splitters and mergers for 4-lane buses that I've used occasionally in this factory. And then I found this online, but it was red, so I upgraded it to blue. Green, sorry. And then I have this thing that I AFK on sometimes. Oh, that's right. This was my Covrex setup as well. I could share that. That's the upgraded one. Ah, that's the modular one. That's right. This was another ship I built a while ago that I discarded because it didn't work very well. And then now we got this ship. Nature's finest form. Yeah. Okay, so Blue Science is having some throughput issues because we are out of engines. Oh no, we're out of engines. Okay, that's not cool. Why are we out of engines? Simply because they're not fast enough. So if we filled these up with speed modules, that'll go a little quicker. But I think we just need to copy that. Yeah, I think we just need to copy it and continue. Oh, that's going to crash into the plastic. That's not good. Where's my storage chest? I'll just chuck that down there for now. Oh no, we're going to get plastic on the belt. No. No, 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 no. Okay, we're fine. One of these days I'm going to find some plastic hiding inside of one of these tunnels and it's not going to be fun. Okay, so that should double pretty much our engine production, provided that the belts can push through that much. Oh no, we're out of tunnels. Dang it. These guys need their logistics chest back. Okay, so how's this going? Is this any faster? No, because we don't have all the tunnels in. I mean, it's a little bit quicker. My entire experience lately has been, wait, what happened to all XYZ? XYZ. That's the Factorio experience, right? Oh, actually, modded Minecraft is like that. There are so many items in that game. It is so easy to get lost. To the point where the people, I'm pretty sure there's, if you did a count, there's probably over 100 different mods that people have made that each tackle sorting through items differently. I love this mod called Create. Yes, I was talking to Fleshy about that on Discord the other day. You might have saw some of the links I posted on the Discord server. That's one of my favorite mods. I cannot play the game without it. And I'm thinking of probably doing... I've assembled my own mod pack that I like to play, and I may do a stream of that after Factorio at some point early-ish 2026. I'm looking forward to that because you can build some really cool factory. It's basically like somewhere between Factorio and Satisfactory. You get the 3D-ness of Satisfactory, but then you get the block by block granularity of Factorio, but it's on the level of Minecraft, which is insane. Absolutely one of my favorite mods. And the fact that people make mods for the mod is insane. Definitely big props to all the mod developers that work on that. I'm after belts. And I am full. I am very, very, very full. Hype! Glad you're excited for that. Made a few auto farmers. I had a near unlimited kelp block supply. Something... Okay, this is probably going to become a thing in 2026, but a long time ago, in a galaxy not far away at all, it's right here, I used to play on Minecraft servers, particularly those of the skyblock kind, and blocks are scarce in those servers. So I had this idea, sounding like the Avengers, I had an idea, oh, there was an idea, that I would capitalize on monopolizing the cobblestone market. And so for the longest time, I think it went on for a few years, I became the stone generator guy, because what I tried to do is not only did I make what's it called? Not only did I make cobblestone generators, I made stone generators, but it wasn't just like your usual one bit of lava goes into one bit of water and there you go, there's a block, and then you just AFK at one block. No, I would build arrays that looked like this. And I ended up, I'll resurrect the design when I come to streaming it, but I ended up with something so massive that it would actually generate entire chunks within a few minutes, entire chunks of stone. And I did stone because A, you can do a haste beacon, a haste 2 beacon, so you can just insta mine it all. But also they had some plugins as well that would help you, it would drop ores and stuff as well. So that kind of like, I got to dominate the ores market as well. And basically I ruined the economy with cobblestone. Which was really, really funny. Nowadays, nobody plays Skyblock anymore, so it's kind of like, well, why would you build a stone generator? You just build, you know, you just dig the ground. But I kind of, there's something fun about making a machine that just builds worlds out of stone. You need to control supply, yeah. If any, and I'd sell it so dirt cheap. Actually, at one point in the server, because the server went through several resets, there came a point where one of the plugins they were using on the server, you were able to whitelist blocks that people could just publicly break. You didn't have to add them to your island permissions. And so I just marked stone and the ores that would be created from the generator plugin. I just marked them as public. So then anyone could just come along. So I didn't even have to sell things for dirt cheap. I used to sell like 1,000 stone for $1. And like, you know, dirt would cost $600, but you could build an island out of 1,000 stone for $1 in the economy. But then I eventually made it public, so then anyone can just come along to my island and they can just mine for free. And then I had a little shop where people could then sell the things that they would mine. They could sell the stone, the cobblestone, or they could sell the ores back to me because I knew ways to then sell that for a higher price. So then I kind of ended up with this kind of Amazon warehouse slave economy where kids would hop on and they'd slave away at the mines because this stone generator was so big. I think the total stone size it made was something like, I think it was 32 blocks wide. No, hang on, 13 blocks was the piston length, so it would have been 26. Yeah, and I had two sides of the thing, so you had 26 sides, 26 blocks wide, I think I had 30 blocks tall, and then I had a modular design so that it could just be extended like down like this. So you ended up with, just imagine all these beacons, and just imagine like all of this was just stone, but like 32 blocks deep. And so it literally was the mine. So kids would hop on at the end of their school day and work in the mines. It's the confirmed Minecraft space overlord, exactly. And then they'd sell the items to me, think they're making a good amount of money, and then I'd turn them into something and make a profit. And none of the other stores that people set up, none of them could actually compete at all with the monopoly that I had set up. But the funniest part, mine's where the kids belong. The funniest part was every time I flipped the machine on to replenish the stone, the server would come to a halt because there was so much redstone going on. And every time I would do it, everyone in chat would be like, oh my god, he's turned the machine on again, hasn't he? Oh, those were good times. I miss those days. Servers don't really exist like that anymore. At least after a while, they started blocking redstone builds. I don't know why. Probably because they don't want to afford the servers for it, but I'm definitely going to revive it back in single player because I haven't seen as good of a stone generator design online as I had there. And there are quite a few logistical issues with stone generators in Minecraft as well. Like, one of the main problems is tick timing. If you don't get the ticks right, you end up with cobblestone instead of stone occasionally, and that breaks the whole flow of the thing. There's an art to it. But yeah, I definitely want to get back to that. That was really fun and exciting. But that's enough of a distraction. We got to try and sort out this blue science. Engines are still not coming in very well, so we might just have to do that. Has that sorted the throughput problem? I don't think it would have. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it has. It might have just solved it. No, hang on. We're having issues down here. These are turning on slowly. As long as they all turn on, then we're fine. Okay, that's turning on. Oh, hang on. Are we actually about to reach the end? Go work in the mines. It really was like that, and they were so excited to do it. That's the funniest part. Because they think they'd be making a buck. I mean, they were. There was still better pay than a lot of other ways of doing it because the stone generator was so efficient. Okay, we reached the end. We actually supply the whole thing. That's awesome. Okay, so then we should be able to just duplicate that over, right? Okay, so if we copy this. Actually, that means we didn't need this here. Okay, interesting. Interesting. We didn't need all that. Slight miscalculation. All right, whatever. We can run this into here, and I think we're going to need some more circuit production, which means it looks like we need more plastic production. But anyway, we can copy this and flip it. This is going to upset the design just a little bit. Is that going to reach? No, it's not. Okay, and then we need to just run a few of these measly little poles. Just to power the beacons. Okay, we're good. And then we need to copy this over, so... Let's bring this across. Ram it into that. Then run this up. Connect that in, and then... I think we need to join this together. Jump it across. Can join them, and then, yeah, we should be good. That should get us the blue science. So now we just need to figure out what to do here. So are we good on throughput here? If I disconnect these two. Yes, that looks nice and full. Okay. So that means we can bring these across as like a little mini bus. And I think we can then just bring it across here, right? Oh wait, no, we need to join that with plastic. Okay, we should be able to do that if we run this up. There we go. Oh wait, hang on. I've goofed. Okay, let's plug this in here. I forgot that I need copper wires. Not all of this copper wire is actually moving, is it? Maybe we just copy this anyway. And then we can flip that underneath because that's fun. Oh, that's perfect. That's really, really perfect. Okay, and then we need some power down here. Yep. Copper wire is going to come through there. Okay, now this wire needs to then pop over. There we go. And then we need to supplement that further up. Actually, we can run this on the inside. Yeah, this is going to be cool. Wish we could dig trenches in this game, pump them full of oil, and then light them on fire. I mean, at that point, you're just making lava, right? I mean, pretty close anyway. Yeah, fire modes. Yeah, exactly. That would be pretty cool. I know there's a mod you can get that lets you place water. And it's kind of busted because you can do it on Vulcanist. It's just pretty silly. Okay, then we need to get copper into here. Which we can do easily. There we go. Copper. Oh, but these need to be swapped. All right, let's try that trick. So if we grab this little design, you mentioned the tunnels are the wrong way around. They look the right way around to me. If we try this out, flip that over. Oh, the last link. Okay. Cool. So then we can erase these. That should save us a little bit of space. Last one's even smaller. Was that this one? All right. Yeah. Okay. I see. That's not placing though. Ah, because I've got it the wrong way around. Okay. Hang on, let's undo that. I've goofed something here. These guys are so fussy. Just drop the items, please. Give them to me. Okay, if we grab this and flip it, that should definitely work. And then we can just copy that a few more times. There we go. Oh, hang on. I shouldn't be running this here. There we go. That's better. Yeah! Copper! Okay, what's going on up here? Ah, we need to merge this. I think. No, hang on. Not merge. We need to bring this around. Then somehow get onto here. How are we going to... Ooh. Okay, hang on. I have an idea. Speaking of water fill, I want to share a work in progress from last year that Arendelle was working on. Sure. Yeah, definitely. Is that what you just pasted? Okay, let me copy that. Ooh, flood test. Hold on a second, this is... Gotta wait for it to load. Whoa! Okay, so flood test is in flood fill. Okay. How's he doing that? So he's got receipt... Wait, he's got receding shorelines now. Damn, that's kind of neat. And a little scary. That's gonna hurt the factory. Damn. Okay, that's really cool. Thanks for showing me that. That's really, really cool. Okay, I've killed this somehow. Distractions, but that's fine. I was... Actually, no, I've killed that by my own mistake. Hang on. I wanted to flip it around in a really silly fashion. I need to flip the sides over. Gotta protect your factory against floods. Yeah, that's an extra challenge. That's kind of scary. Okay, and then we should be able to jump that across. There we go. Okay, that flips the sides. Now I should be able to just easily plonk this over like that. There we go. That should saturate the belts. Sweet. Okay, so that's going to give us some more red circuits, although we're out of plastic. What happened to the plastic? Ah, okay. It's because I disrupted it. Tunnels, tunnels, tunnels. Where are we? That's not going to fit. That's going to fit. Okay, then we can... Hang on, wait, no, that's... No, wait, hang on. Ah! That's not gonna work. Okay, that's not gonna fit. Hang on. Ooh, where are we gonna fit our tunnels? Here, okay. Pop it here. Oh, the key bindings are so nice. That is one thing I'm gonna miss when I switch games, is the undo features. They are so good. Not even Satisfactory has undos, right? I don't think they did. Okay, there we go, there we go. Don't think so. Yeah, at least they finally... Wait, did they? They finally got Control C and Control V. I might have to try it. Oh, for machine recipes. Okay. That's not enough plastic throughput, is it? Okay, I'm gonna have to probably double lane this. What's our production rate at? 690 per minute. That's not impressive at all, is it? Or is it? I mean, it's okay. Is there any way we can speed this up slightly? Not really. The only thing I can think of is just making more circuits, which we will eventually have to do. Okay, anyway, plastic is something we need to increase production of. It looks like engines are holding up fine, so that's really nice. Plastic, I think... Yeah, that is being bottlenecked. Okay, what if we copy 2 of these modules? And then instead of joining that together, we instead split them so there's 3 cryogenic plants on each lane. There we go, that might work better. Alrighty, so there we go. So that's 2 lanes of plastic, and then we have... Oh, actually, this is starting to come down pretty well. Look at that. Yeah, I think we're going to need more red circuits. This is kind of not going very efficiently. Oh, hang on. What's going on here with our green circuits? What's the bottleneck here? Looks like it's just inserting speed. What do we do about that? other than stack inserters. This guy's kind of topped up. Not entirely sure. Okay. The only other thing I can think of is more building. When in doubt, more building. So how much of this can we copy? Oh goodness, this is a mess. Do we think that'll work? Yeah, let's try that. Then we got to think about how we're going to supply all that. It looks like we've got plenty of copper supply, so maybe... Let me try disconnecting this again. No, okay, that is emptying slightly. That is a little bit annoying. Yep, so it looks like we need almost this whole module for one line. Math is hard. Oh my goodness, these robots are getting really annoying. And they're always trying to deposit into storage boxes, and I don't have storage boxes everywhere. Might just have to make a new one. Nope, okay, they're just waiting. Never mind, they're just waiting for a cliff explosive. Bang! Okay, and then we're out of our good electromagnetic plants, unfortunately, which means we're going to have to settle for some slower ones. There we go. Power. We need power. There we go. There's power. No, there's not power. Hang on. I don't know how entertaining this is, watching me going, hang on, wait, this isn't working. Now it's working. No, it's not working. Now it's working. No, it's not working. Ah. Oh, we don't want that to connect. Can we stretch that across? Yeah, we can. Sounds like a normal stream. Pretty much. Guess that's what we all come to expect at this point. Okay, so now we need to supply those with items. I'm a little confused. Like, I guess this is more compact than this. But I can't be certain on which actually ended up producing more circuits. Alright, so we got to fill these up, which means we need plastic. What I might do, actually, let's try this. Let's grab a merger and merge that onto two sides, and then we can get rid of all this. And save that for a proper lane later. We could do a balancer up here. That might work. Yep. Alright, plastic. We should be able to make use of some of these belts. Copper needs to come through, so if we copy... where do I even reach for? I think if we just copy this whole block and paste it over here, maybe allowing for a little bit of space. Yeah, if we just paste that there, it looks like I'm out of beacons again, but, and I'm out of EM plants. Wow, did not expect to run out completely. I had to run back to the spaceport and grab some more. Damn, we've built a lot. We really have built a lot in this past couple of days. That's impressive. I'll have to go through and also cover it up in concrete as well, I think. Alright, so we need some more beacons because I think I ran out of beacons. And then we need more belts by the looks of it. And we got the speed modules, that's good. I wish we had more productivity modules at the regular tier 3s. And then apart from that, we also need our EM plants. Don't think we need any more landfill, that's a good amount. So here we are. Oh, what did I just spot? Ah! What did we all guess that the power was going to get up to? Is 4.7, 4.9, 5.1 I saw there. 1.2 gigawatts, we're definitely past that. Okay, so we can grab some more belts. I need... Oh, hang on, we do have good electromagnetic plants. Oh, we're saved. Actually, can we... Okay, I'm curious. If I place down a normal cryogenic plant, I have an uncommon cryogenic plant. Can I upgrade this? No. You can't upgrade qualities. That would have been really nice to have as a feature. Be able to upgrade quality of your machines if you're going through and increasing. Might be able to. I mean, okay. There's no hotkeys in the bottom left. Open your inventory, put the upgrade planner in there. Wait, what? What the heck? Hang on, it's an item? Right click to open. What the heck is this? Hang on. Okay, from... Oh, we can't just do anything normal quality though. Okay, but we can do that to... that. Okay, and then... Okay, it's a little bit of manual work. And then we can downgrade. It's a little bit of manual labor. Magic! Oh, but then I've got this extra item in my inventory now. How do I get rid of that? Wait. Wait. How do I get rid of all these extra items in my inventory? I don't want these. Hang on, no, I know a way. Solved. Problem solved. Right click. Okay, hang on, let's chuck this. So we right click. Oh, you can delete like that. Okay. I like my way though. I think my way gets the point across a little bit more aggressively. Tells those items not to hang around. Okay, so now that we have better EM plants, we can actually chuck these back down as uncommons, which gives us a little bit more crafting speed. Which means I can do the same up here. Nice. Keep our speed up. So now we need to supply copper to here, which we still have a couple more belts for. I can bring this down here. Where do we need to deliver that to? Into here. Okay, so tunnel comes up. Another tunnel comes further up. That's going to go across and form us the bottom half. This is going to come up and form the top half. Nope, 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 nope. I would prefer something a little more flush with this. There we go. Nice. Oh. Oh. Okay, we got a problem. We got a problem. It looks like... Why am I using productivity modules on these? I don't need productivity on molten copper. That's a liquid. No, I need speed modules on these. Okay, but we don't have enough copper, which means the rest of this is going to start suffering. Actually, no, it kind of looks okay. Low power. Oh, you're right. I forgot. No, we need... we need power. Alright, we gotta solve that problem then. What are we gonna do about that? Damn. I mean, I could... So this is producing 2 gigawatts, but we are now consuming 5 gigawatts, and by the time we're done with all this science, that's probably going to balloon up to 10, I reckon. So we're going to need to multiply this by 5 times. Man, if only we were on a planet where we hardly need power. Let's go to Gleba. No, not Gleba. We do need power. Firepower. That's too much. I need to... check Panessa. I would have to multiply this setup 5 times. No, 4 more times. If we're going to use that same setup. I have an idea. Okay, hang on. Hold on a second. Yeah, just pack up what you've done and move to Clever. The whole thing was just... Can we actually do that? Could we blueprint the entire... Oh god, that's getting laggy. My frames! Oh, wait, we can! You can blueprint the entire factory. Actually, that's really cool. We can kind of see everything we've built with. 48,000 blue belts, 19,000 turbo... Oh my goodness, my fans are finally starting to pick up the pace from idle. Wow. 3,000 bulk inserters? These are actually really interesting statistics. Okay, but no, we don't want that. Discard changes. Looks like a rail network map. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what it is. We do have rail networks. So what I need to do... Okay, I've had an idea. I've had a brilliant idea. 1.2 gigajoules. comes out of that. What's the conversion rate of gigajoules to gigawatts or to watts? Hang on. Joules to watts. 1 watt is 1 joule per second. Okay, so that means we'd be able to do 1.21 gigawatts per second, but obviously we can't consume that in a single second, so... Oh wait, no, we can. Hang on. We are. Ooh. So my idea might not be so genius. I was thinking, what if we used nuclear fuel in a heating tower to heat fuel instead of a nuclear reactor? Is that what? Is that stupid? Is that dumb or is that dumb? Because then that would be a lot more compact than this whole design. But no, I don't think that's the way we should go. Thankfully, I spent a little bit of time off camera collecting us some fusion reactors, and this time they're in a little bit of higher quality. Except my inventory is full. Biggest part is still the heat exchangers and turbines. Yeah, that's still going to consume a lot of space. My inventory is absolutely filled. You just need 52 factorial joules, no biggie. I don't think you'd get the neighbor bonuses. True. Okay, let's try and get rid of some of this crap. I have so much. How do I even accumulate all this? Alright. Let's grab these fusion reactors. And we're going to need the fluoroketone. And we're going to need the fusion cells. Research is falling. Yeah, this rate, it doesn't look like we're going to end up finishing off this science before Christmas. So it'll have to be after Christmas. I've still got a couple more hours left. Actually, not quite that much, but I reckon we can get a new power solution sorted. We can finish off the blue science, and then we can start work on the purple science, and then that'll probably be the end of the stream. Until then, fusion. So, I was trying to figure out what's the best way to arrange our reactors. Now, the biggest problem... Oh god, what's going on now? Enough of that. The biggest problem is trying to insert no Christmas presents for you until it's done. I'm just getting coal. I mean, I would like more coal, to be honest. We only have this patch left. So the biggest problem is inserting into the center one, which I think is so the best neighborhood bonus you can get, from what I read, was 500%. And that comes from an arrangement like this, I believe, because this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touching. But if we took... Can we tessellate this? So each reactor needs at least one face exposed. Which that achieves. This way, this guy's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these three reactors in the middle are doing the best. So we should move the quality reactors to where they are. And then these reactors out here become regular Joes. I think we could probably afford to do something like that. So then this reactor gets 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and that way we get the best neighborhood bonus. Okay, so then we need to find a way to deliver the plasma. So, oh boy, this is where it gets tricky. Plasma can thankfully go through these pipes, these pipe connections. However, oh God. We can connect them like this. That's going to get us a little bit of throughput. Actually, hang on. This one over here can not quite move aside. That is slightly annoying. We can fit one here. Oh, and then we can fit these here. Hang on. So the biggest challenge here is trying to get rid of the fluoroketone, which we can do like that. These guys are easy. They just pipe out. What else we can do? Okay, now we're down to our regular fusion generators. I think you kind of just hatch it together. You just do this little hatch pattern. Yeah, I think that's honestly all you do, really. All you do. It makes it sound so simple. Fusion power. It's easy. Yeah, that's kind of like a nice little hatching pattern, I think. Hatching? Hashing? I think it's meant to be hashing. Okay, but the problem is we can't do it too close here because then we don't have room to pipe in fluids. Fluids can pipe across here, so that's no biggie. We connect this up. That can be one big pipe. That passes all the way through here because of this connection. These can then connect up. That connects up. Actually, that all connects up. We don't even need to connect this, in theory. If we just connect this, that should be able to pump fluid through to all of the other generators. That's awesome. Okay, and then we obviously have the plasma here, which means we can fit this over here. Grab our normals. Okay, how many is that? We got 1, 2, 3, hang on, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 30 reactors. Some of them are higher. 30 generators. Some of them are higher tier. Then we have our fusion reactor. We need to then connect them up. Okay, so let's try and figure out how the heck we're going to get the fluoroketone out. We only need one connection per, I think. Okay, that's kind of neat. That's also kind of neat. That's kind of neat. Then you need to figure out how to get the paraketone out. That's neat. That's neat. Ooh, okay, that can't connect, but that can. There we go. And then... Oh, we got to get a pipe over on this side. Ah, okay, we have a slight spacing issue here. But I think we can just jump that across. Yep, there we go. And there's one more connection here. We can bring this across. There we go. I think, unless I'm blind chat and you can spot something, I think that's everything. I think they're all connected up now. Except for this one. There we go. So now we grab our higher quality cryogenic plants, which is what I've been saving them for. And we cool the hot fluoroketone. Then that comes back into a pipe that then swings all the way back around to here. And we should be set. Now I just need to plug these together. I'm going to use our legendary substations for this. First time I actually get to use them in a proper build. Then we need to figure out how to insert fuel into all these things. Ah, that's something I didn't think of. Okay, we're going to have to make some changes. I think we can just chuck this over here, right? Yep, okay, there we go. So, we get a belt coming in through here. Belt comes in under here. And then that can form us some inserters. And then we need to also insert this. Actually, what am I doing? Why are we using belts? When we could just use requester chests. So if I use a requester chest here asking for fusion cells by the thousands, then I chuck these in. And then we have... You know, that's not a good idea. Hang on. This can ask for fusion cells. Okay, let's just say by 50. That needs to be in a robo network, which fits there perfectly. Then we copy this, plonk another one here, plonk another one there, and then probably another one here that we can then use longhand inserters. I think that's all of them connected. Then we obviously just need to power these arms. Yeah. Okay, now if we connect this up to the main network and chuck down a passive provider chest. Let's see if this works. Boom. Okay, we got some drones coming. And I need to start getting rid of... I need to start putting the barrels into the network. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Fluoroketones going in. Oh, we have power. Yes. Now, do we get the neighbor bonus? For some reason, we've only got 300% and not 500%. Why do we not have 500%? Max output... Well, actually, that's variable. That's weird. Oh, some of these aren't running. Maybe it's because we're not using up all that power. Okay, let's keep going. I might place down some lamps. What color do we want the lamps for this? Notice how I've got green lamps over the nuclear. What color do we want the lamps to be here? We could do purple. Something like that. Pink. Pinky purple. Yep, we could do something like that, I reckon. Looks kind of cool. But then over here, we might do a little fluorescent color. And maybe also decorate the cable, the pipes. Oh, what? Come on, there we go. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. There we go, there's our fusion plant. Very hastily, ad hoc, thrown together, but it works. Let's get the rest of this ketone in. Okay, we don't need that much speed. Evidently. And there we are. Yep, they all look full. Oh, this is cool. We finally got fusion power on Narvis. How long's it been? We're only 216 hours in. Yep. And there it is. Oh, that's cool. Alrighty, so that produces us currently up to 3.2 gigawatts. Is that really all it does? I suppose not all of these are turned on. Maybe we're not producing enough plasma. Anyway, we'll see how that goes once we increase demand. So let's head back up and... Oh, actually, no, we need more bulk inserters first. Where have I left those? They're back at HQ. I kind of feel like we need more movement speed. What do we reckon? And this is to go even further beyond. How's our power? Still there. Okay, and how are we going in here? These are filling up. That's filled up. Plastic. How's our plastic going? Can we supply these now? Looks like we need to power these. Okay, so copper wire needs to come in through here. So, copper wire. Which then comes up through here. There we go. We also need some copper wire to come up. Hang on, what if we split this? Since we don't seem to be using all of it, what if we split some of this? That might distribute it a little better. Okay, then we need our circuits and our plastic. Oh, hang on. That's not right. Oh, that's why. That's better. Yep, that's better. Cool. Now I need to figure out how to get circuits up in here. Where are we going to fit our circuits? We could come from the top down and just extend this up over the ocean. That might be the easiest solution. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, which means we're going to need more copper. So I can just copy this. Yeah. Copy this. Basically double it. Yeah, that needs power. But then we have a bunch of belts. We can bring these up. That's going to feed this guy. Which it's not because I forgot to put this in. Whoops. Okay, and then it looks like we're finally at the edge of our copper supply. Well, actually, they're producing more than... Okay, maybe this is why I had the productivity modules in here. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, so the power did solve that. Good pointing that out. Thank you for that, Nessa. We should be able to then copy this upwards if we needed more throughput, but it doesn't look like we entirely need it. So if we repurpose this... and then move this up, we should be able to get some more throughput distributed fairly up here. Yep, that looks better. And then we need to power all this. There we go. Look at that. We got not circuits, we got wires coming back in again. So now I need to then copy this. 1, 2, 3. Gonna get rid of some of this wall, but that's okay. We got plenty of defense. Then we can bring this across. Bring it up and over. Nice. We are running out of space. Strangely. It might be time to jump this across with a belt. With a tunnel. Yeah, let's do that. And then... run this across. Let's get us a little tunnel. Oh, hang on, what happened there? There we go, that's fixed. Oh, we've got one spare. Okay, that's fine. That's a lot of copper wires. It's pretty nuts. Alright, and then we need to get our iron across, which I think we Yeah, we're not actually using all of this iron, are we? Okay, so what if we instead we start splitting this off? Let's do a quick little throughput test. We grab our splitters, another tunnel. Splitters, another tunnel, actually. I want to keep running these until we start running thin on the iron plates, which it looks like we may start to be, so that's probably a good place to stop using the same belt, and then we can use the second belt and start bringing this up. And then the same process. There we go. Looks like we still need a few more. Love how that somehow we can fit the underground tunnels in the water without having to build landfill for them to go through. I guess they go in really deep. Okay, is that good for the iron? I think that's fine. Oh, okay, what's next? Next, we need to get this up and over. Yeah, okay, this is where it's going to get a little bit tricky, but we can manage. So I need to bring this around on this side. Run a little tunnel. Good night. All right, I'll catch you next time. Have a good Christmas. Thank you for sticking around. This needs to... Well, this may be slightly too compact. Merry Christmas! Yeah, this is a little too compact, I think. Oh, yuck. How am I going to squeeze these through? I suppose maybe we can... Oh, yuck. Hang on. Hang on, we're cooking. Okay, there we go. We got that through. And then splitter there. And then that's going to be our 2 lanes. Nice. And then we got some spare up here. Okay, then we need to bring these across. Somehow. Actually, these aren't spares. These are exactly what we need later. Yep, okay, so we need to get these to form the main belt coming downwards. And that's downwards, not upwards. So let's flip that. Oh god, what the heck's happening here? What did I do? What the heck? I'm a little confused. I think this needs to be an underground tunnel. I've done something weird here. For those of you new in chat, doing weird things is kind of my specialty. Not by choice. Maybe a little bit by choice. Okay, that's coming around. Okay, so then... Ah, we need the plastic. Dang it, hang on. Do we have spare plastic here? It doesn't look like enough to spare, but we can try it. Let's swing that around. And then maybe we bridge those together, and then that drops down here. Something like that. Hopefully there's enough plastic going through on that belt. Yeah, okay, that worked. All right, so then the next thing we do is we need to get the second set of circuits coming down. Does mean we need to... Oh, hang on, what's this belt doing here? Oh, hang on, this is full. Nice. Okay, so then we can join that up. What's the output belt on this again? Right. That's gonna have to tunnel. Then that's a merger. That gets us the two sides of the belt. Okay, sweet, sweet. Then that comes through here. Supplies the blue science. Look at these little cogs go. Oh, hang on, we're out of power again. How are we out of power? What happened to our power production? I thought we literally just solved that. Oh, hang on. What's going on? Why don't we have enough plasma? Not enough fluoroketone. Do we just not have enough fluoroketone? Low input fluid. Ah, we don't have enough fluoroketone. Why? That's for output full. Oh! Whoops. Easy mistake. Okay, hang on. I spotted the problem. Let's run down there real quick and run some repairs. Okay, hang on. Before I do the repairs, can anyone in chat spot the problem that I currently have with this? The two clues you get is fluoroketone's full in these reactors, and they say that their output's full, and these ones say that they have low input fluid, but they are producing. So what's gone wrong here? All right, so basically, what's gone wrong is I'm extracting the plasma from these reactors because they're chained up. So you can see the plasma is coming in through here. But I'm not extracting the plasma from these 4 reactors because then they're chained up, but they're not actually outputting anywhere. So what I need to do is take some of these generators and move them over to this side. Probably... probably over here. Where they can start getting used. Ah, and this is not getting used either because they can't vent their fluids. So we did miss some fluids. Okay, cool. And then we should be able to vent these out. Run an underground pipe. There we go, that connects that up. Very messy. But we do have one more reactor here to try and extract from. And that's just a regular, so that's just going to power 2. That's a regular with neighborhood bonus, so that can power those. This is very much suboptimal. But it does get us a little bit of power. And now we just need to connect these up. Something like that. And we should be good. No, we're not. Hang on. This isn't connecting to the main supply. Hang on. Oh, wow. What a mess. That's no longer connecting to the main supply. There we go. Now we can deal with that. Now we can cool the fluid. Okay, so what's that end up being now? We're back up to 3.1 gigawatts. We're still demanding more than that though. We are getting a neighbor bonus, but it's not being used. Fusion is weird. It's cool, but it's weird. And we have 6.7k in the pipeline, 3.7k in this pipeline. Let me have a look at fluids. We are producing... Really? We can't see what the fluids are coming out of these things? That's annoying. So fluoroketone is not a fluid we can actually measure. Why is that? That's very confusing. Okay, so we're getting 15.6 per second. I really wish you could see more about fusion plants. Yeah, they kind of feel a little unfinished, to be honest. Okay, low input fluid. It's probably because that's empty. Is that emptying? 6k. It is emptying. Maybe we put a couple extra on these and then some efficiency modules. Output full. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how this is supposed to work. It's making us a bit of power. No input fluid. Why is that? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Okay, anyway. Is that producing us the power we need? 3.3 gigawatts. That's a little better. Not great. Yeah, this is really confusing. Might have to spend some time tinkering with it. Low input fluid. We're still too low on the ketone. Somehow it's not passing through. Maybe we need to just saturate it a little more. Anyway, we do have a little bit more power now. So let's try and play with that a little bit up here. Do we have enough plastic? I think we just have enough. Yeah, here we go. This is filling up. Is that making it to the end? Are all the machines running? No. No, okay, we need more red circuits. Oh, but we can't get more red circuits because it's full. Okay, that's a slight issue. So the red circuits. Yeah, okay. Red circuits are coming through, but they end up being over. They're too saturated here, but then they get unsaturated halfway through the chain. What's our production rate at? 2.5k. Solution Glebber. Is Glebber really that good? I mean, like, oh wait, they're growing back. No. Stack inserters. Oh, wait, I think I see what you mean. More on a belt. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Damn. How are we gonna get the stack inserters we need? Because there's at least over 100 inserters in here. Oh, actually, no, we only need them out over here, don't we? How many do we have? 13 times 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 52. So we can stack 52 onto the belt. Sorry, we can get 52 stack inserters. Sounds like a game of 52 pickup. Oh. That is an issue because I think Glebber died again. Yeah, it's dead up here and we've run out of seeds down here. I don't know how to defend for that. It does mean I'm going to have to run around and try and find some more seeds. And get those stack inserters. That is painful. Okay. Maybe we think about that a little bit later. Let's just try and get this side operational for now. Oh, hang on. Our copper wire is starting to get a little empty. I'm sorry. Nah, it's okay. These are things that we gotta try. Okay, so that's all good. That's working. We need to get copper wire up through here. I think we can do that through a tunnel. And then flip this to the other side. Yep, and then erase this. I don't know what this was all doing. I don't even know what my own factory does. How about that? We can get rid of this, because now we have this guy here. And then we need plastic from down here. Okay, yep, that's populating that side. No, that needs to go the other way. No, wait, hang on. Oh, God. You know what? Maybe it doesn't quite matter. What a mess. Okay, if that's coming down. Oh, God. No, no, hang on, wait. If that's coming down, then we need the plastic to come up. We need a splitter to run on this. Plastic, plastic, plastic. We need plastic. It's looking like it's flowing fast. Let's try and extract this again. I think we can just bring this plastic up. Oops. Yep, plastic can come up straight through here. Yep, there we go. And then the plastic can come down onto the wrong side of the belt. Mark's K gets yeeted off to another planet on my bingo card. How did I mess this up so bad that it's fine on one side, but then it's not on the... Oh, that's right. I had this weird contraption here. Wait, no, this is still Narvis. Yeah. Plastic needs to go through here. Let's try and get the copper wire going. Alright, copper wire, where are you? Down here. So this will come through in two parts. There we go. Run a tunnel. Nice. And then we can grab the second lane on here. Yep, this is starting to look a bit more like the other side. And then this just fits onto that. Actually, no. We should do a merger. There we go. Throughput. Maybe we do another merge up here. Looks better. Sweet. Okay, so now we just need plastic to come in through here. And circuits by the looks of it. How are we going to fit circuits? How did I do it on this side? We got plastic coming in here. We didn't actually manage it on that side. That's strange. Yeah, that's only half. It's only half saturated, which means 2.9k. We're nearly there. We're 3k, which is, I think, where we ended up with the military science yesterday. So we're pretty darn close. That is a pretty southern looking belt of blue science, which I'm liking. The only other thing I can think of is if we split off these belts right down the middle. Yeah, okay. So if we come down the middle, or at least to where the throughput is kind of slow. It looks like here. So if we come down here and we slice this up, keep the power going though, and then we allowed some supplementary belts to come in through here. For example, sulfur can come in through. Actually, sulfur can just enter straight in through here, can it not? Welcome back. Yeah, I think if we just slice this up, this might be easier. But then, are we making enough engines for this? Oh, geez. Okay, hang on. This is... We may need a trusty old belt balancer. Here we go. Let's chuck it one before and one after. 128 by 128. We will get there. We will get there, I think. We're on the path. Okay, and then... Ooh. Okay, hang on. Then we can do our bus splitter. Oh yeah. Then upgrade these obviously. And then we can merge these together into two. Like that. This is starting to look nice. There we go. Engines coming on one side. And we run this belt up here. That's going to connect on that side. Now we just need to get the red circuits coming around. Question now is, do we have enough red circuits in production? I don't think we do. And I think it's got something to do with the fact that we're not supplementing this side. Can we try and squeeze? No, hang on, that's not working out. I think I need to get the plastic coming up on this side. And then somehow getting across to here. Something like that. So then we got to get the plastic over to here, which I think should be fairly easy. Especially if we swing this around like that. On a splitter. Might have to rearrange this slightly. We need another tunnel. Okay, there we go. That fits the plastic. Oh, that's hideous, but it works. There we go, throughput solved. Kind of. Oh god, yeah, okay, that's not fantastic. Although it should clean itself up in a second. I think it's okay. Yeah, that's a nice saturated belt now. So now we just need to do something similar up here. That, or we take a chance. We take a chance and bring it around now. What we can do is we can at least bring the belt over. And try and get that started. And then we can solve for the throughput issues later. I assume some other robots have taken up the orders here, so I'm going to leave that. Wait, no, hang on, they're just charging. I wish they didn't take so long to charge. Nope, okay, they genuinely are just waiting on orders now. And then we need to bring red circuits over to this side. Which we could probably do over here. So I think we can grab the red circuits, bring them up. Ooh. Okay, this is a little ugly, but we can swing it around here. Something like that. Alright, fingers crossed that doesn't cripple our throughput. What is taking so long for these robots to get across? I know they have to travel the entire continent, but it just feels like it's taking forever. Okay, actually, throughput's looking fine at the moment. TM. Okay, machines are turning on. They're turning on. Hang on. This is working. I'm just going to accelerate this. This is taking too long. Can we reach the end? Red circuits need to output onto both sides of the belt. Most of your insert is doing nothing. That is true. Yeah, I'm not solving. Actually. No, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'll fix that in a moment. Okay, these ones at the end are running. Power's getting low. Again. Come on, come on, come on. Reach the end. Yes! We did it! We reached the end. And we only had to sacrifice two assemblers to do it. Which means we have 54 assemblers here making blue science. Oh wow, okay. So then that's... Is that going to be a fully saturated blue belt? It absolutely is, which means they have no space to put things down. Okay. So maybe we need to instead bring this around. Here we go, second lane. Yes! Okay, there we go. We got 2 lanes of almost saturated. It's about as saturated as the rest of it is, to be honest. What are these guys waiting for? Just break the tree, damn it. Sometimes these robots, man. Sometimes. No, I'm doing this manually. There we go. Okay, so how's that looking? Nice and thick, nice and juicy. These guys aren't running though because they're out of red circuits, and that's because... Yeah, we need more. We need more red circuits. Maybe we can set the output priority to the left on this. No, I don't know if that's helped or not. Maybe it has. Oh, look at that. Look at those belts. Alright, so what's the production rate at now? 4K! Oh my goodness, we did it! 4,100 blue science. We've reached the target for the others. Noom. Heck yeah. Alrighty, that's a nice milestone. So that means we now have 4 science packs producing at a rate of 4,000 per minute. So the next one the next one is purple, and that's going to be painful. All right, once again, that's a 3-ingredient recipe. So if we copy our little module we have here and swap this over to purple, just so we can see what sort of rates we're going to expect. So that's crafting at 9 and 9, which means we're going to consume 12.9 rails every second. But it does produce 1.29 per second, so we need less of these machines. So 1.29, if we're going for 4,100 divided by 60, we need to be producing 68.3 per second, which means divided by 1.29, we need 53 of these machines. That's still almost as much as we had before. And then multiply that by 12. We need to be producing 635 rails per second. Per second? What are we doing now? Oh, we're not producing right now. Probably because we're not using right now. Is rails on here? Wait, what? Why is rails not an item I can see here? Or am I blind? Chat, am I blind? Can you not see rails as an item? Search for it. Oh wait, you can. Rail. Huh? How are rails not being... Nah. So you can't see rails. Oh wait, hang on. What's going on here? Oh, we're not... You're right, 10 hours is probably... Okay, so... We're producing 800 per minute. Okay, that's not so bad. Hang on, wait, that's not too bad. I feel like my math is wrong then. If we're already producing that. You know, is there any more stone up here that we could use? Any more stone or coal? I can't turn biters into stone or coal. Okay, hang on, there's uranium. There's stone. We can't biodegrade biters into stone or coal, so that's kind of... That's out of the question. Biters are kind of useless out here. We don't need that many biter eggs. Okay, hang on. We got some coal here. We got more iron. I'm just going to trace around this whole landmass, if I can. Your biters, goddamn. There's a few. There's a few biters. Nothing, no biggie. It was 800 a min, you wanted 600 a second. Oh, you're right. Hang on, shoot. 800 divided by 60 is only 13 per second. I want 600 a sec. Oh. Oh. Okay. That's an issue. How are we going to pull this off? I'm not seeing any other ores out here. Yeah, thanks for the pointer. 600 per second. How are we going to get 600 per second? I'm going to need... The biggest problem with rails is the stone. Where's my rail factory? I could overhaul this to use the big drills. We could switch the research back onto... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There he is. No, wait, that's steel plate. Mining productivity. We could throw that back onto the pile and try and get a little bit more yield. But rails are a problem because... Oh, wait, no, they only need one stone. What am I thinking? One stone, one steel plate, one iron stick. Iron sticks can be cast, can't they? Okay, hang on. So all I need is one good stone deposit near the base. One good stone deposit. We got this one here. We can use that one. We can bring that across. We can bring the molten iron down and we can produce the rails down here. I think that's a plan. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Let's traverse back across the sea. Hey, you know what would be cool? Big ferries and barges. That would be kind of neat. Especially if you could build them like you can spaceships. You can build water factories, oil rigs on the ocean. That'd be kind of neat. Far out of your base on your fence line is 120 mil for stone. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, and we got another stone here and some iron. Okay, maybe rail factory goes here then. Rail factory, and then we ship that across. We ship the rails across by rail. Although that is a long way. Maybe I'll keep taking advantage of this stone for now, especially since I can probably... No, I can't retire that, but we have plenty of iron here. I might just keep doing that because it's all in one spot, but if we need to expand further, that's perfect. That's a perfect spot to do that. For sure. Oh, God. Every time I exit the map and now there's just biters. One day we will take them all out. Am I even going the right way? Kind of. My goodness, that shoreline. That's ridiculous. Why are there so many? Alright, whatever. They can deal with the wall. Oh, don't expand here, you silly buggers. Okay, the wall can have them. Oh. Oh. We're out of engines. Is there anything better than normal assembly machines to make rails? Let me have a look. No. Doesn't look like it. Ah, that's unfortunate. We can make the steel and we can make the iron sticks in a foundry. That's pretty easy and efficient. Rails would actually be the best to make on Vulcanus because all of this stuff is free from the lava. Except for the calcite, but you can technically get that for free from space. But then you'd have to ship it across, which is... The rocket capacity is only 100, so that's going to take a lot of rockets. Nah, that's not... Ugh. Okay, how do we get more engines? Oh wait, some of these aren't even running. Hang on, we're low on something. We're low on gears. Uh-oh. Beacons to oblivion, then make it on planet. Pretty much, yeah. We're low on gears, and that's not good. I need to do a balancer. Okay, so that's going to be our pipe balancer, and then we need to do another balancer for gears. Actually, we probably could get away with just doing one of these. Yep, that'll probably do. Beacons to oblivion. I think... Oh... No, those gears still aren't making it all the way, are they? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I mean, they're very close to making it. Okay, hold on a sec. What about this side? This side's fine, but I think that's because we don't have as many speed modules on here, so we can try chucking some speed modules in. See what that does. Looks like we need to make more pipes. I don't even have... Oh, hang on. Molten iron. What's wrong with the molten iron supply? Yep, okay. It's finally time to expand our molten iron operation. I think we can just chuck some more here. Okay, then we can copy this. Chuck it there. There we go. Calcite, iron. That should be all set. Then the molten iron can come across and connect up. Yeah, that's filling up. Nice. We love easy fixes. Okay, that should have fixed the pipes. Oh, look at that. The bus is full. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so now is this filling the... Oh, yes, it is filled up. So that was the problem, is the bus wasn't getting filled up. Pipes could do with a little more pipes. Engines are becoming a little more saturated, but we're still not making it to the end. So we're going to have to increase our engine production somehow. I think the only way to do that... Hang on, actually, let's just check our production rates right now. Boost science, yeah, 2.7k, not good enough. Okay. Gonna have to increase this. We're gonna have to do this anyway because we do need electric engines. Probably have to plonk it there. That's a very big build. Do I even have enough stuff for this? I don't think I do. Oh my goodness. You're charging. Come on, charge. You can do it. I gotta get myself the legendary roboports, I think. Because that increases the recharge rate and the consumption. Ouch. That's definitely gonna need some legendary fusion reactors. Okay, well, it looks like we're out of beacons, we're out of tunnels. We're good on substations. We're probably going to run out of assembly machines. Come on, come on, come on. Charge! Charge! Anyway, that's right. We can also start planning out our rail production. So if we copy this and we plonk these here. I love how chonky these are. Nice. Okay, so that's going to give us stone. And then we're going to need steel. How much of this steel is being used? I don't think it's all being used at all, to be honest. So what we could do is we can do a bus splitter. And then upgrade them. Nice. Great. That's killed that bus. And then we need iron, which unfortunately I think we're making use of pretty much all of this iron, or we will be. So I'm gonna have to make another foundry for iron. Yet another foundry block. I should really blueprint this up. You know what? Yeah, let's blueprint it up. We should be able to get rid of that. Yep, I'm going to call this boundary block. Give it a little symbol. What's a good symbol for this? Probably just foundry. Cool. Save. I'm going to put that in my book. So now we should be able to just plonk down a foundry block over where we're going to make the rails, which we can probably do just over here. Actually, we have to do it close to the molten iron. Let's do it down here. Big rock is in the way. Yeah, let's grab some beacons. Or maybe let this build, I don't know. We gotta hook this up to power. There we go. Nice. Do I have any more drills on me? No, I don't. Okay, we gotta grab some more drills. We gotta grab some more belts. We gotta grab some more tunnels. Kind of just everything, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Gonna drop down here and grab some beacons. We're still good on inserters. Still good on substations. Yeah, it's really just belts and drills. Okay, we can get some more tunnels. That's what we need. It's crazy how many tunnels I've been using today. I need some more belts. There we go. Anything else? Drills. Yep. Yep, cool. Oh, what's going on here? What's happened to our production? Is it normally like this? I don't remember it being only half. Something's gone wrong. Oh, we've run out of... How did that happen? How did we lose iron on one belt? What the heck? Alright, weird. I stole it. Damn you. Give that back. What did you do with it? Did you eat it? Alright, here we go. So we got our stone. We've got our steel coming down. No, we don't. No, we don't, because these robots are on strike again. What the? Stop! Get to work! Okay, that's better. And then we can bring these down eventually somewhere. And then rail assembly has to be done in an assembly machine, unfortunately. And again, it's a 2-ingredient process. No, it's a 3-ingredient process. Ugh. But we can probably just use this setup this time. So I think we can just copy and paste this whole block. Where are we going to do this? Probably just right here, maybe? No, we need somewhere for the rails to go. The rails have to find a path upwards to the purple science area. That or purple science comes down. We're going to need a lot of stone. Yeah, maybe purple science comes down. So if we do it here, kind of makes sense, actually. And then we replace these with rails. I have a feeling this is going to go horribly wrong because we need a lot of rails to input. No, hang on. No, I'm thinking too far ahead. That's for purple science. We don't want that. Rails are fine. Rails are just one item in for each ingredient. Come on, they're so slow. Okay, I can probably paste the same design over here for the rail, for the purple science assembly. Is there a good spot? I think so. What do we need? We need, it's just 3 items, but we need a heck of a lot for one particular item. No, that's not going to be good. We are going to have to use our double layered design. Okay. If we copy this then. And plonk it. Oh my goodness, I can't even, my screen's not big enough. Oops, horizontally flip that. There we go. That's a lot of building. Then we need to hook this up to power. We can do that. Okay, now this is just waiting for the molten iron, which we can deliver. Now I just have to go and find the iron. We could... No, we can't. Oh. Where are we gonna fit this? We could grab it from here. Yeah, let's do that. We need to deliver it across here. Here we go, here we go. We're nearly there. Perfect, hook that up. Oh, pipeline's too long. Ah, okay, here's where we need the pump. There we go. Easy. There we go, we have iron. Oh, except, no, we don't want iron. Oh, crap. We don't want iron. We want sticks. We want stick. There we go. So now we need iron and steel and stone. So our stone can come from over here. Let's assemble this into a bus. Okay, there we go. 4-lane bus. And then we place our little balancer on it. Okay, and then we can start bringing it across. Mass production. Grab that, chuck it there, and there. Ooh. Gonna need a tunnel for this. Is it just me, or does this kind of look like oats? This cereal. But it looks kind of like a muesli bar. Funny that. Okay, we should be able to run the stone all the way across here. It's absolutely huge. Man, these robots are taking a long time to charge. But I think we're nearly done for today. Unfortunately, we didn't get as far as I wanted to. Looks like crushed peanuts to me. I mean, that works. Yeah, I'm needing sleep. Yep. I'm just gonna try and get these rails made, and then I'll probably call it there. We've almost got all the ingredients across. Just the stone coming in now. And then we've got the iron rods and the steel, which is on this bus over here. So we should be able to bring the bus over. Oops, we don't want to do that. It's ridiculous. This is a huge amount of belt. As you said, I'm definitely a belter. Okay, let's try and bring this across. Yeah, then we can do some tunnels, try and save on some belts, and get across this gap. Oh no, we're out. No! No, we're out of belts. We were so close. I'll just quickly run over, grab some, come back, and then we should be done with the rails. Which gets us a third of the way through the purple science, which is arguably one of the ones we need the most of. And then that leaves us with just the yellow science, the PJARs for Narvis, and then we got to figure out what to do with space science another time. Space science is going to be tricky. That's definitely for after Christmas though. Let's grab these belts. Hope everyone has a great Christmas. Thanks, what are you hoping for? Good vibes. I'm not exactly sure. I've done quite a bit of Christmassy, Black Friday kind of spending already. And kind of got what I wanted already, so everything else, I don't know what I'm actually going to get or hope for. I mean, okay, something I can hope for is for the darned computer part prices to come down. They're getting a little ridiculous. Especially storage and RAM. Oh, I don't know what happened to that, but the prices for those have definitely skyrocketed, so if they could come down, that would be awesome. That would be a Christmas miracle. Okay, there we go. There's our... Oh, what a... Why are you guys always on strike? These darn robots. Okay, that's coming through. So then we should be able to just connect the steel up with the rods. Chuck that up here. Bring this back down. We can probably just run that across, bring this down. And there we go. We have ourselves some rails. Which I should then deliver across here. My god, that's a lot of rails. Okay, and I think I'll leave the rails there so that I can attach it to all of this. We can flip these recipes over right now to the purples. And with that, I think I'm going to call at the end of the stream. We've done a lot. Yesterday we did these three. We fixed up the blacks today, and then... Oh, actually, yeah, good point. Is that 600 a second a lot of rails? Let's have a quick look. Rails over the past 10 minutes. Let's see if we can spot the spike. That's not 600 a second. That's 4,000 per minute. That's 66 a second. Ooh. It's not 600 a second. What would make that 600 a second? Actually, it's still crafting. I guess just a lot more throughput is probably going to be in order, but we can easily do that by just stacking them down vertically like this. But I'd say that's pretty good for starters, and then we can do that as we need the throughput, because my math may be wrong. Yeah, we did quite a lot. I still have to continue building on that. And somehow finding a way... Actually, most of those are running. Not most of those, though. But yeah, once we get those engines down here running, that should sort that throughput issue. And then we've got the yellow science to worry about. Oh no, we have the electric furnaces to make. Which is more steel and stone bricks, which we can probably use up a lot of this stone for. And then... yeah. Oh, and then there's... ooh, there's the productivity modules. That's going to need even more circuits. That's going to be fun. But yeah, that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you everyone so much for tagging and hanging around. If you enjoyed it, be sure to check out the Discord server, !Discord. And I will catch you after the Christmas break. I'll post the schedule up on my Discord server once that's sorted, probably on the weekend. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging around. I will catch you later. See ya.